Africa and the African diaspora to enhance personal professional relationships that can form the foundation for future research and debate and collaboration. Okay, so if I could talk you through some of our history. As I said, we had started the Africa Roundtable in 2016, and to enhance personal professional relationships that can form the foundation. We have a bit of research and collaboration. Okay, so if I could talk you through some of our history. As I said, we had started. All right, we're sorry about that. We've had some technical glitches with a lot of feedback here and a replay of what I've been saying. So hopefully if you didn't hear it the first time, you've got to hear it the second time. So I wanted to just share with you the history of the Africa Education Leadership Roundtable. We started off in 2016, and the theme that we, for that particular roundtable was developing an agenda for research on education, leadership, and management in Africa. And in our infancy, we were able to collaborate and connect with colleagues from 8 different African countries. On the left-hand panel, you will see that we've always had international guests, notably Professor Philip Hallinger from Thailand. We've had colleagues from the US, the UK, Canada, as well as Iran and Pakistan. And then in 2017, the theme for the Education Leadership Roundtable was Education, Leadership and Management in Africa. 2018 saw us deliberate issues around the fourth industrial revolution in developing African countries, and you'll see there was an increase in the number of countries that participated. 2019 still attracting 14 other African countries participating in the event. The theme was on education, leadership, and cultural values in an African context. For the first time in 2020, some of our keynote speakers. Okay. All right, and you've probably seen the promo and it's been looping, so you've seen this several times. Okay, so yes, you've seen all of these. The themes that we are going to be exploring over the next 2 days are cultural politics, geopolitics, and technopolitics. And as we do that, I thought that perhaps I could share with you this little piece from Nichols, and Nichols been writing about improvisation theory, which I think is pretty pertinent in terms of what we're trying to navigate as well. And it says on this slide is as we deliberate the cultural, geo, and techno politics and its implications for education leadership, and the promotion of equity, inclusion, and diversity over the next 2 days. Perhaps the following exhortation from Nichols will prove insightful and instructive. And it says, to be part of an improvising ensemble demands an openness to others, a willingness to listen carefully, closely, and charitably, and to respond in constructive ways that advocate the education, that advance the education leadership conversation. This requires capacities for self-trust and respect for others on the part of every participant. The payoff is an expanded ability to engage difference creatively instead of through an attitude of fear and hostility, and this in turn leads to a greater ability to deal with the complexity of a fast-paced, globalized world. I would like to dedicate this particular Africa Roundtable to Professor Michael Cross, who was my personal mentor and who has helped to advance the careers of several Black academics in Africa. And of course, on a daily basis, we hear of the passing away of our colleagues and friends and family. And I would just like to dedicate this presentation to them. Okay, I'm going to call upon our Dean Designate, Professor Nadine Peterson, and our Head of Department, Dr. Soraya Naka, to address you. But before I do so, I just want to reiterate the very warm welcome from overcast Johannesburg. And in the room with me today, I have Dr. Mamsi Naidu and Dr. Sadi Siyama, and two of my very trusted technical assistants, Shola and OP, who will be helping us through the day. And we want to apologize in advance for any of the technical glitches that may surface. We will try to keep it flowing as smoothly as possible, but we ask that you would please be patient with us should we experience some technical difficulties. We've had some of our speakers already writing to tell us that because of unstable internet connectivity or just the political unrest or instability in their countries, they also, may have problems connecting. And currently in South Africa, we are on what they refer to as load shedding, which means there are scheduled times in the day when different areas in the country go off the electricity grid. So we have to contend with all of that, and we just beg your pardon for it. And just also want to apologize for any, apart from the technical errors, anything else that may not run as smoothly as we'd like for it to. But we're just very happy to have you, and I would like then to call Professor Nadine Peterson, if you could please welcome our colleagues.
Much appreciation, Professor Perumal. Colleagues, distinguished guests, it's a great honor to say a few words at today's Africa Education Leadership Roundtable. This has fast become an important event on the faculty and the university's academic calendar. I think leadership in the last 2 years particularly has come into sharp focus. This rapid movement to remote teaching and learning has had some successes, but it's also been fraught with many challenges. And it demands from us a particular brand of leadership, one that's imbued with a sense of care for others, for the education of our young people particularly, and to promote a sense of justice and equity. It's always been my fear that as we embrace the fourth industrial revolution, that there would inevitably be some people, or in some contexts, many people who get left behind. And so for this to be a key focus of the next 2 days' deliberations really speaks to a sense of responsibility and accountability as leaders in the spheres in which we work. I want to thank our keynote speakers and our invited speakers, and also all the researchers who are sharing their wisdom with us, because it's only through conversation with each other and by really, as Prof. Perumal said, listening with humility and with a willingness to learn, that we genuinely can advance our understanding of what it means to be a responsive, agile, and accountable leader in an African context, and to lead educational change as we surely must. I know that the discussions and deliberations over the next few days will work towards advancing our understanding of these very important elements. And I wish you the much enjoyment as well as learning through these experiences. Prof. Perumal, thank you very much for the opportunity and also for your leadership in leading, taking charge of this important conversation. I thank you.
Thank you, Professor Nadine. Thank you that you have taken time to address us this morning and to say hello to our colleagues from across the African continent and the diaspora. I will then call upon Dr. Soraya Naika, who is the head of the Department of Education Leadership, and she'll also want to say a few words to you. Thank you, Soraya.
Thank you, Prof. Perumal. And I also want to just congratulate our incoming Dean, Prof. Nadine Peterson. And yes, I thank you also for taking some time to join us. So distinguished colleagues, we have academics with us for this program, school leaders, postgrad students, our postdoctoral research fellows, research associates. Thank you very much for attending our 6th Africa Education Leadership Roundtable. It's wonderful actually to be at the beginning of yet another roundtable, and many of us that are here today have actually been here for 6 years from the initial roundtable, and we thank all those people for continuing to come back and join us and make this event grow and progress. Colleagues, of course, we've had many people who've joined us along the way, and I think that this is going to be one of the greatest participation for our roundtable because of the virtual nature of it. We have been able to extend, invitations far and wide. We also want to not only thank those in the African continent, but the African diaspora who continue to show interest in what is going on in the continent. Colleagues, this event is very important to us as a department because it promotes Pan-Africanism and it allows us to deliberate on the theme chosen, in the context of Africa. So thank you again, and I'm looking forward to the deliberations that will ensue. Distinguished colleagues, I want to take this opportunity to thank the organizing team of the Africa Roundtable. I think they've put a sterling program together, and I want to thank the chair, Professor Perumal, and her team, Dr. Naidu, Dr. Sayama, and our research associate based in Nigeria, who has joined the team, Dr. Tola Olujuwan. Thank you very much for all the time and effort that went into this program. I am very excited about the theme that has been chosen carefully by the organizing committee, because this theme is one that for me is profound, it is pertinent, and I think it is really powerful. Colleagues, we cannot wait for another COVID-19 to expose the disparities that exist in our countries. In South Africa, we cannot wait for another female to be murdered or burnt before we raise issues of feminism, etc. So I think that, 2 days of deliberation on this, we need to make some academic noise, colleagues. We need to also act with agency. Social justice, is something that needs to be met with agency. So I am very excited about the the theme for this year. And I've looked at the program, and I think we are going to be thoroughly enriched and be able to make that noise when we go back to our various institutions and societies. Colleagues, I want to wish everybody well in the undertakings of the next 2 days, but I wish to read a particular story that has always, it's always fascinated me, and I think that you might remember the story. An anthropologist proposed a game to kids in an African tribe. He put a basket full of fruit near a tree, and he told the kids that whoever got there first won those sweet fruits. When he told them to run, the children all held hands and they ran together. Then they sat together and enjoyed those treats. I think as we reflect on this story, we can take back, the meanings that it has for us. But truly, to me, it not only speaks of Ubuntu, but it speaks about accommodating diversity. It speaks about reaching the end together. It speaks about leaving no one behind. And on this note, I'd like to wish everybody well and say thank you again.
Thank you, Dr. Soraya, for those very inspiring words and very appropriate comments at the opening of our session. I'm not going to spend too much time except to turn over to Professor Raj Mestri, who will then take you through the first session. Professor Raj Mestri, will you please come on in?
Thank you very much. Good morning to all of you. Once again, I just want to concur with Professor Perumal, Professor Nadine Peterson, and Dr. Soraya Naika, that we are extremely privileged to have this Africa Roundtable, and it has so much of merits. So I'm not going to belabor that point, but I just want to talk about our keynote speaker, Dr. Philip Hellinger. Now, Dr. Philip Hellinger is a professor of management at the College of Management in Mahidol University, Thailand. And he's also a distinguished visiting professor in the Department of Education, Leadership and Management at the University of Johannesburg. His research focuses on school leadership effects, leadership development, and problem-based leadership. He received his doctorate in administration on policy analysis from Stanford University. Perhaps I should also mention here, and I think Professor Perumal did mention that at the beginning, that the driving force in this Africa Roundtable has been really Professor Hellinger as well as Professor Helen Walker. They, together with Professor Duplessis, Professor Perumal, and myself, that started the idea of having an Africa Roundtable and especially that we as University of Johannesburg would host. So today he talks about, his keynote address is about a gendered perspective on instructional leadership. Why do teachers consider females stronger instructional leaders? Over to Professor Hellinger.
Greetings from Thailand. If somebody could, maybe Raj, if you could open your video and give me a thumbs up to indicate that you can see my screen and you can hear me.
Yes, Philip, I can hear you, and you have got your screen can be seen.
Okay. Thank you for the warm welcome. Amazingly, the meeting is running on time, which seldom happens at such large events. I also would like to acknowledge the efforts of Pierre Duplessis in finding the money to keep this going year by year. Raj, Juliet, Soraya, Clive, and others in the department who have who got this off the ground and who've kept it moving along. Little did we know 6 years ago that we would still be able to have this roundtable going in the midst of a global upheaval. And as a matter of fact, I'd like to point out the unanticipated consequence of COVID is that we're actually, not only are we still running the roundtable, but paradoxically, because it's on Zoom, we're able to reach more people throughout Africa than we would have been able to if we'd been running this face to face. So as far as I'm concerned, in many respects, that's an advance. I've changed slightly the title, but the same idea behind my presentation, which is available, and I'll make the updated version available as well. So the goals of this short talk are: what do we know about gender and school leadership in general? What do we know about the effects of gender on instructional leadership? And what are the implications for policy practice and research, or what does it really mean? The key sources for my talk are these 3 papers that were written. One, a meta-analysis by Alice Egley and colleagues back in the 1990s. They did a meta-analysis on the effects of gender on school leadership. An article that I co-authored in Educational Administration Quarterly in 2016, and then a paper that I was a co-author on with colleagues from Zimbabwe and South Africa on, which was a synthesis of qualitative research on women leading schools in Zimbabwe. So really, I did my doctorate in the late 1970s and early 80s, which for most of you is ancient history. But even back at the time I was working on my doctorate, there was already a history of research in our field, which pointed toward differences in the way that male and female principals led in their schools. So you can see a few examples here. Hempel, who I quoted in my own doctoral dissertation, found that women principals demonstrated deeper interest and knowledge of teaching and learning, pupil participation and evaluation of learning. Gross and Harriet, in a landmark study in the 1960s, found that women practiced stronger executive professional leadership, which was in a sense a precursor to what we now call instructional leadership. Gross and Trask found that women principals spent more time in classrooms engaging with teachers than did their male counterparts. Now, all of that research was from the United States. For what it's worth. But going back that far, going back really 60 years, this has been a theme in research. Now, when you look more closely, what did some of these other gender differences look like? Female principals tended to use more positive and inclusive language. They encouraged community building and seemed to demonstrate more caring for teachers and students in their behavior. They also tended to use more participatory leadership style and decision-making style and encourage power sharing, all of which have become much stronger themes today in our field than they were 40 and 50 years ago. So these findings actually, you could say, have even more relevance today than at the time some of the findings were first reported, as you see back in the 1980s and 90s. Interesting, Egley did a second review, which found that female principals were stronger transformational leaders. When she took measures of, looked at studies. This was not her study, but this was a meta-analysis. For those of you who aren't familiar with meta-analysis, it's actually about the strongest approach to research review, where the author of a meta-analysis will take the quantitative findings from multiple studies that looked at the same relationship and combine them or integrate those quantitative findings in order to see what was the trend across many studies. So a meta-analysis is, the findings from a meta-analysis are stronger than the findings from any individual study. And Egley's meta-analysis found that when she looked at the studies of transformational leadership in education in schools, that one of the findings that emerged was that the women tended to exercise or enact stronger transformational leadership than men. That brings me to the main topic of my talk, which is what do we know about gender and instructional leadership? Well, when I did my doctoral dissertation in the early 1980s, I did my research in a single district. But even in that one school district, my findings pointed to only one characteristic that differentiated the principals that was related to the level of perceived instructional leadership by their teachers, and that was gender. So despite the female principals in the district being a minority, they were the top instructional leaders. So I reported that in my research, but I said that my sample size was too small to draw any conclusion, but I did note, particularly on the heels of prior research, which I've already mentioned, that this was something that this was a topic that should be taken up by other scholars in the future. And to our good fortune today, it was. So you see here the results of a meta-analysis that I conducted with colleagues in Hong Kong. Now, these were 37 studies that used my instrument for measuring or assessing principal instructional leadership. And in these 37 studies, these were 37 studies that included the gender of the principal. Gender was not necessarily the focus of all 37 studies, but in some of the studies, the focus might have been on the relationship between collective teacher efficacy and principal instructional leadership. But they reported the gender of the principal. So we were able to go through all of those 37 studies and look at the trend or do a meta-analysis, which looks at integrates the trend across the studies. So you can see here, the column that I've highlighted shows the direction and magnitude. So where you see FEM, that means female. If you see a plus, it means a weak but positive effect in favor of female principals. If you see 2, it's a moderate of 2 pluses, means it's a moderate effect. 3 plus is a very strong effect in terms of the difference. That means if you see 3 pluses, it means the women were much stronger than the men in terms of the way teachers perceived them, their instructional leadership in a particular study. So you can see here that there were only 4 studies out of the 37 where on average, the male principals were rated more highly than the teachers. That's a very consistent finding if you look at this. When we did the meta-analysis, if you look here, you can see that the favoring of female principals as instructional leaders carried across all 3 of the main dimensions of instructional leadership. That is, defining a mission for the school, managing curriculum and instruction, and promoting a positive school learning climate. So not only was this a broad finding, but when we broke it down into the dimensions that comprise instructional leadership, again, the findings were consistent. Here you see overall, not strong effect, but a consistent, statistically significant, measurable difference. And this also carried over into some of the specific instructional leadership functions, such as monitoring student progress, promoting the professional development of teachers, communicating school goals, coordinating the curriculum. Now, these findings actually elaborate on and reprise some of the findings that I reported at the outset of my presentation, findings from back in the 60s, 70s, 80s, and 90s. Now, keep in mind, what does this mean? It doesn't mean that these findings apply to every principal. It doesn't mean that every female principal is a stronger instructional leadership than male principals. It doesn't mean that if I can hire between two principals, I should hire the female because she's going to be a better instructional leader. No, it doesn't mean that. What it means is that on average, across countries, school levels, time, we see a consistent finding where female principals tend to be stronger instructional leaders, but not in every case. Now, some recent research that I've done with colleagues in Asia, we've been looking at particularly teacher professional learning, because teacher professional learning turns out to be a key variable or a key factor that predicts student learning. What do I mean by that? I mean that if you go into schools where the teachers are themselves learning on a continuous basis, developing their skills, developing their sense of confidence, that carries over to their skills, their classroom behavior, and has a positive effect on students. So we've been particularly looking at not only how do principals impact students, but how do they impact teachers, and in particular teacher learning. This is consistent with the whole concept of developing professional learning communities. And what we find is, yes, instructional leadership makes a difference for teacher learning. But really important to stress is that teacher attitudes such as trust and agency being the belief that among teachers that they can succeed with their students and make a difference for their students and have a say and a role in determining their own learning, that the principal's ability to develop these attitudes like collective teacher efficacy, trust, agency, impacts teacher professional learning. So we can conclude that teacher attitudes mediate the effects of instructional leadership. Therefore, instructional leaders must also have excellent interpersonal skills. Now, I can tell you, I recently had a dean who was female. She was not a good instructional leader, and she didn't have good interpersonal skills either. So gender does not predict this entirely. But if we look at the trend here, what I said before about the communication, decision-making styles of female principals, as well as perceptions of their instructional leadership, we can see why there is some advantage that has been observed. In Israel, Shaked and colleagues observed female principals intertwined their perception of instructional leadership with that of the importance of maintaining positive relationships with teachers more often than did their male colleagues. So let me go back to the previous slide again. Teacher attitudes make a difference. And it's not only instructional leadership, but it's also interpersonal leadership that provides a foundation for teachers to accept whether it's the vision or whether it's engaging teachers in their learning and so forth. Shaked also found that female principals seem to perceive instructional expertise as the source of their authority for the instructional leadership, while male principals seemingly perceive their formal authority and decision-making ability to be sources of their instructional leadership. So there's something about the passion, the engagement, the belief, the interest that the principal has in working with teachers and interacting with students on teaching and learning issues. So Egley, I go back to 1992 in the paper, Egley wrote, she concluded, occupying a role that is congenial in gender relevant terms may have gains for school leaders in terms of some increase in their tendency to organize activities to accomplish relevant tasks, in this case, instructional leadership. As school principals, women may encounter role expectations, think about caring, taking care of people, support, that are especially congenial with their own gender role. So this is the best, it's not expressed in the clearest way, but basically saying that that there are some there are things that are associated with being a woman, taking care of others, that, for example, that seem particularly relevant when it comes to making this kind of process happen. Now, where do we stand today? I asked the question, are women in school leadership a wasted resource? The paper that Moyo and Perumal and I co-authored in the International Journal of Education Management on it was a meta-synthesis of studies of women in school leadership from Zimbabwe. That paper I recommend to you, because if you read the paper, you will really conclude that even when there are many obstacles to women in Africa, assuming all over the world, but I think in Africa today, even more so than in many other countries. I think there's been a lot of progress in women gaining access to administrative positions in school systems around the world over the last couple of decades. Africa, I believe that's lagging behind. As a matter of fact, in our study, we found that we couldn't even find in Zimbabwe the percentage of females in principalships. The data is completely non-transparent. So there remains an innate preference among male decision makers to put men into administrative roles. When women are selected, they face many obstacles, lack of support, not being part of a network, and so forth. So we can say, and actually in Africa, as well as other parts of the world, gender discrimination is often compounded by age and racial discrimination. What do the findings mean? I have to tell you that I think I've written more reviews of research in the field of educational leadership and management than any other active scholar in our field. That doesn't mean I know more, but what it does mean is that I'm familiar with the literature. And I've yet to see any meta-analysis published in educational leadership and management where the findings were more consistent than in the review that we published in 2016 on gender in school leadership. The Vivienne Robinson and colleagues, their review on school leadership effects is very highly cited, but I can tell you for sure, the findings from our review were far stronger and more consistent than the findings from the Robinson review. Now, of course, they were on different topics, but my point is to say that everybody's all interested in this issue about instructional leadership having an impact on student learning. Well, our review, which is more consistent, stronger effect, found that if you're looking for instructional leadership, you better take away the barriers to women assuming principalships and other leadership roles in schools. So what does this mean? Does it mean that all of a sudden we should put all women into the principalship? Of course not. But what it means is—
Professor,
Yeah.
sorry, you just got about a minute to round off, please. Thank you.
Yes, I'm aware. This is the last slide. All right, so I've lost my train of thought, but if you want to, if you're looking for better student learning and you're looking for instructional leadership, you better make it possible for more females to enter administrative positions throughout Africa. So I'll end on that point.
Thank you very much, Professor Hellinger. I think this was a very, very illuminating research that you've undertaken together with and citing some of our University of Johannesburg authors as well. We will give the audience a chance after the session comes to an end for questions. So I now want to introduce Jacqueline Konati from Mali. Her topic is adolescent girls and young women in Mali's STEM education. Over to you, Jacqueline. Have you unmuted your mic, Jacqueline?
Hello, everybody. Hello.
Hello, I can hear you, Jacqueline.
Yes.
Hi.
Hi. Good morning from Bamako.
Go ahead, Jacqueline. Do you want us to help you with anything?
Yes.
Okay.
I can start my presentation. I'm sorry for delay because I have connection problems.
You may start, Jacqueline.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good. I will share my sorry. Do you see my screen?
I can see it. It is on.
Yes,
Okay,
we
Thank
do.
you.
Good. Okay, I want to tell you about a study I made about adolescent girls and young women in STEM in Mali. First, I'm Dr. Jacqueline Konate. I'm a lecturer in computer science in University of Science, Technique and Technology of Bamako. It is the plan of my presentation. I would like to talk about the importance of girls' education, some statistics in on education in Mali and STEM in Mali, especially adolescent girls and women case. I read in a report made by the organization called Plan International, published in 2016. In this report, they said that every year a girl goes to school, increase future income by 10 to 20%. Also, the report said that if we increase girls' school attendance by 10%, the gross domestic product of a country increase by an average 3%. And also, one of our Prime Minister, colleague, Dr. Sheikh Murubudara, said in one of his speech that at least 70% of children reach and surpass their mother's intellectual level. And also the ex-Secretary General of United States Kofi Annan said that there is no instrument for development more effective than girls' education. So I would like to show some statistics on education in Mali with gender, also gender statistics. From 2016 to 2021, this is the distribution of pupils by primary school by gender. We saw blue. This part is proportion of girls. We saw that girls and boys are not exactly. We have not exactly same number from 2016 to now. The number of the proportion of girls scholarized is a little bit lower than the proportion of boys. And in middle school, we have almost the same tendency. In high school, we have in 2016, 40% girls, and this proportion it was increasing from 2016 to now. And in high school, we have this distribution for staff teaching staff by gender. You can see that the proportion of women teacher is very, very low, less than 10% sometimes, often, and sometimes more than 10%. So you can see that women are not very present in teaching staff in high school in Mali. And for university, in 2016 to 2017, this is the distribution of boy and girl in STEM. We can see that girls are about 30, little bit more than 30% in universities in Mali. And globally, breakdown of students in gender, we have almost 30% students in STEM at universities. And no, sorry, we have about 30% of girls of children. Only 30% of students are girls, and the over are boys in university from 2016 to 2018. Okay, this graphic show that more the number of years in study increase, less we have girls in education. This is the first year after baccalaureate, and 7 years after baccalaureate. We have the proportion of boy here and the proportion of girls. So we have very few proportion of girls in university in Mali. And about STEM, in the statistical yearbook of education of, in 2018 to 2017, we can see that this student in humanities represent almost how to say, maybe sorry.
Jacqueline, just to tell you that you've got a minute left. Jacqueline, we can't hear you. Did you unmute? You must unmute, Jacqueline. Your mic is muted.
Okay, sorry.
Okay. Okay, we can hear you now.
Okay, I have 1 minute, you said, or not? How many?
Oh, it's less, it's about 30 seconds, but carry on for about a minute. We'll allow you to have a minute then.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, good. Okay, this graphic shows the repartition of success and failure rate for girls and boys in baccalaureate exam in Mali for 2020. We saw that the success rate is very low, even for girls and for boys. We have high rate of failure, unfortunately. And I made a survey. During my survey, I went in many schools from different regions of Mali, and also teaching academics. I met about 706 girls from middle school, and also 6,620 from high school, 37 scientific women, and 72 STEM women teachers.
Jacqueline, your time is up now. Sorry, Jacqueline.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Your time is up. You want to
Thank
just your last sentence, you want to close up?
Okay. At the end of my my studies, I made a recommendation, and the authority of Malian authority with UNESCO, UNICEF, and SWED organized since 2018 the competition called Miss Science, in order to encourage girls to go in science, in STEM branch. Thank you for your attention.
Okay. Thank you very much for your presentation, Jacqueline. I know you experienced some problems, but these are the technical problems that are unforeseeable. But we wish you everything all the best, and thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
We now call on Sendanan Govindachana from Mauritius, and she's going to present on a headmistress's instructional leadership role towards developing teacher classrooms management style in a Mauritian primary school. Over to you, Sendanan.
Hello, everyone. So I'm trying to share my screen right now. So
it's on.
Yeah.
Okay, it's on.
No, I'm trying to open the PowerPoint.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So is it okay?
Yeah,
Can you all
we can see that.
Okay, I can start then.
Okay.
Okay, good morning, everyone, and welcome to my presentation. I am Sandanam from a primary educator in Mauritius. So first of all, I would like to thank Dr. Naidu and the whole team indeed for inviting me on this platform. Well, as you can see on the screen, my topic centers around educational leadership. And today I'm going to focus primarily on the role of the headmistress instructional leadership towards developing teachers' classroom management style in a primary school in Mauritius. So to start, I would like to provide a brief description of the evolution of the educational system in Mauritius during the past decades, shifting from the rat race ranking system, which was mostly traditional, targeting primarily on acquisition of subject matter without real involvement of the child since 1980. The grade system has now moved to a healthier situation in 2001, centering on the holistic development of the child. Eventually, to get rid of the cutthroat competition that still existed, in 2017, the idea of having national Form 3 assessment enforced a current educational reform, namely the 9 years basic continuous education, favoring an inclusive and equitable education, promoting lifelong learning opportunities for all. Hence, society depends immensely on teachers to be equipped with effective teaching style that will influence teaching and learning process. So consequently, to support teachers in their daily performance, the head of schools, commonly referred as headmasters or headmistresses, they indeed represent key persons as instructional leaders, since it demarcates itself from other leadership forms, which emphasize directly on the teacher's teaching practices. Well, from several researchers, wide perspectives regarding gender-related difference in principal instructional leadership were seen emerging. While some claim that the masculine voice tend to be more individualistic and logical in leading people through a detached approach, others maintain that women develop special importance and prominent protection of interpersonal relationships with people, which are therefore regarded as critical to the cultivation of caring in society. Hence, this is among one of the reasons that fueled myself to explore the role of my headmistress as instructional leader in developing the teacher's classroom management styles. So therefore, the aim that guide the study is, as projected on the screen, to explore the role of the headmistress instructional leadership on teachers' classroom management style. And the several steps that guided the aim are as followed based on the research questions. Now, to understand the discussions informing the research, the literature considered in study are two major frameworks as appeared. From the several instructional leadership models that were developed throughout the years, the model proposed by Professor Hallinger and Murphy arguably as a very concise framework that directly affects teachers' practices were adopted. However, for this study, not all elements were included, only those which directly affect teachers' performance were chosen. Coming to the second framework, among all the classroom management style models, which directed mostly towards managing student behavior, the psychologists Kurt Lewin developed a very impressive model to investigate on student responses under different leaders. My study therefore aligns to that of Lewin's framework, whereby teachers' classroom management style will be analyzed through three continuums ranging from autocratic, democratic, and laissez-faire styles. Now, this slide depicts a flowchart of the different methodological aspects driving the study. So as you can see, from the bottom, from the start bottom, you have the wide umbrella of the philosophical paradigm, moving to the ontological stance and to the epistemological part, the research approach, the research design, my selection of site, my participants, my free data collection tools, and finally, my findings was analyzed for a thematic analysis. So now, with respect to the findings and the teachers' responses from the questionnaires and the focus group discussion yielded a very deep analysis between the different roles of the instructional leadership of the headmistress on the teacher's classroom management style. As you can see on the screen, framing and communicating school goals, monitoring students' progress, maximizing instructional time were agreed by almost all teachers as being constructive elements in promoting in them better reflection on their classroom management style. However, for the remaining elements, varied distances and discrepancies were observed. So for today, I'm going to focus on the aspect of promoting professional development. So from the interview, it was interesting to note that the headmistress showed great enthusiasm in promoting professional development as herself being a current student of the Bachelor in Education. Likewise, all the teachers also responded positively on the Likert scale on the questionnaires towards the importance of promoting teachers' growth through professional courses as presented in the diagram. In addition to their high responses toward professional growth, when probing deeper during the focus group discussion, astonishingly, the 3 teachers showed a reluctance to join a professional course by putting forth the following statement. From these statements, it appears that there is a discrepancy between their beliefs and willingness to engage in professional growth. When asked about its importance in improving the level of teaching competencies, they all concurred that it was the right strategy. However, for active participation in the courses, the teachers highlighted family, workload, limited time as barriers that prevented them from embarking into the journey. What was interesting also to learn that during further probing, the teachers gradually developed positive attitudes toward pursuing additional courses, arguing that if the course will add up to their promotional status later on, they will undoubtedly do it. Therefore, from the statement, it appears that the focus of professional development for the teachers diverges more toward promotional aspects rather than updating their teaching competencies.
Sandanam, sorry, you got 1 minute left.
Okay. So, and as a researcher, I believe that this discrepancy could be the result emanating due to some frustrating experience lived by the teachers that forced them to portray this mindset. From the open-ended question, the question is, the participant, they advocate that the lack of concurrence between the taught theories during the teacher's training and the real practice when implementing in the classroom. So it might be the reason that discouraging them to study further. So based on the findings, there are some limitations. It is self-reported and which it cannot be cross-checked through researchers' observation. And the second one, it was limited to one primary school only, and therefore cannot be generalized. And the following recommendations are therefore anticipated that the headmistress as being influential persons, it is therefore recommended that the leadership course referred to them are redefined by acknowledging more on the importance of instructional leadership. Also, alongside is to have a supportive platform for teachers to engage in the courses, and also it would be best if they can bridge the gap between the training programs and the real life context. So it is therefore hoped that the findings will lead to constructive actions where headmistresses will address their role as a successful instructional leaders and teachers to adopt the best classroom management style in the daily practice. So this brings end to my presentation. Thanking you for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much. Sorry, I have to interrupt you, but thank you very much. A very, very interesting study. And is this already published? Just for
no,
not yet. Okay, no, thank you just for that information. Our next speaker is Andrea Dawson from South Africa. And her topic is going to be student leaders' experiences of racial intervention program at an independent South African school. Over to you, Andrea. Just to inform you that we are running 10 minutes late, but because of technical problems, so you've got 10 minutes from now, Andrea. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. I just need to share my screen, but I cannot do so while the previous presenter is still sharing. So I'm just waiting to be able to share. Super. Okay, let's try again. There we go. All right. Can you see that screen?
Not yet. Not yet. It's there. It's there now. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. Good morning, esteemed conferees. It is a privilege to share the essence of my study and findings with you this morning. My name, as Prof. Mestri said, is Andrea Dawson, and I'm a deputy principal at an independent school in Gauteng, South Africa, the school at which I conducted my research for my minor dissertation, which focuses on student leaders' experience of a racial intervention program at a South African independent school. Why this focus? Essentially, I was governed and guided by the history of mass schooling in South Africa. And it is really, as you all know, distinctive in its racially defined origins. From the 1950s, the apartheid government entrenched educational inequalities through their overt racist policies. In response, though, Black students mobilized on 16 June 1976, and a student-led march ensued, which came to be known as the Soweto Uprising. This uprising impacted profoundly on the movement to overthrow apartheid and signaled the power that students had to bring about changes in systems and policies which affected them and their society. Since the inception of the Government of National Unity in our country in 1994, one of the guiding principles has really been or aims to bring about reforms in education. And this, of course, has played a key role in addressing the injustices of apartheid. However, 26 years after democracy in our country, and even though schools in post-apartheid South Africa have indeed been deracialized, students are still being treated according to racial hierarchies. Zulu 2020 stated that non-white children in predominantly white schools often feel alienated and are perceived as second-class citizens, and they've had to assimilate to be accepted into an already established set of norms and a code of behavior, which is set up and maintained by whites. The Independent Schools Association of South Africa, referred to as ISASA, envisions a value-based quality education accessible to all learners through diverse, high-quality independent schools. However, in 2020, a number of media, or rather independent private schools, were accused of racist and discriminatory behavior. And the media criticized these schools for being lethargic in their response to eradicating this inequality. Excel College, which is a pseudonym for the school, also showed up in the media spotlight, and many media reports alleged that many students, Black students at the school, felt excluded and marginalized due to racist and discriminatory practices. In response, however, the school management launched an immediate investigation and addressed these allegations. A whole school racial intervention program, which is referred to as RDI, standing for Respect, Diversity, and Inclusivity, was designed, and its implementation commenced in January 2021. Kambuga and Amolo, 2017, defined student leadership as educational principles and practices that give opportunities to young people to find their voices, participate in decision-making, and understand their rights and responsibilities as active citizens. And Frere, 1970, suggests that when given the opportunity to lead within their school and participate in dialogue, student leaders are empowered to make a real impact on their school environment. And therefore, it was against this backdrop that my study was conducted to explore how the student leaders in my school experienced the racial intervention program. And more importantly, to see how their participation influenced them to promote racial inclusivity in their school. I sought to answer the following questions. What are student leaders' perceptions of the rationale behind the implementation of this racial intervention program at their school? How they feel about the allegations of racism leveled against the school, and whether they felt that these allegations were justified or unjustified, and to what extent leaders felt that their experience of the racial intervention program sensitized them to the need to promote racial inclusivity in their school. My qualitative study was nested in the constructivist, interpretivist approach to research, and I used this paradigm because social phenomena are, as Cohen et al. 2007 suggest, understood through the eyes of the participants rather than those of the researcher. The methodology allowed me as researcher to understand social phenomena in their context, and I wanted to gain insights into the views of student leaders as they participated in this program, which was designed to address racism that was prevalent in their school and then deliberate on solutions to eradicate it. Using a phenomenological research design, data were generated through semi-structured interviews, participant weekly diaries, and a focus group. And bearing in mind that the study was conducted during the COVID-19 pandemic, I was mindful of risks associated with face-to-face contact, and thus all my interactions with the participants were carried out through Microsoft Teams meetings. From the analysis of the data, the following themes and sub-themes emerged: confronting racism, the need for the school to have a racial intervention program, perceptions of the racial climate in the school, student leaders' voice and agency, as well as student leaders' experiences of the program. The first theme, participants' perception of the rationale behind the implementation of the racial intervention program, revealed that all of the 8 participants agreed that it was imperative for their school to confront the fact that many students among them had been exposed to racism while at school. Participants also agreed that the entire school would benefit from such a program. The second theme, students' perception of the racial climate in the school, revealed that while racism was not overtly practiced, it could not be disputed that insidious racial acts had been occurring and that many Black students still felt marginalized in the sense that they were expected to assimilate into the dominant culture, but also that they were often victims of microaggressions being directed at them. These themes revealed that participants did have different viewpoints regarding how the school addressed past allegations of racism. It was interesting to note that white participants were of the view that management had handled each allegation well, while Black participants felt that often these issues were merely swept under the metaphorical carpet. All participants, however, were hopeful that the racial intervention program would be successful in achieving its aims. The third and fourth themes, student leaders' voice and agency, and student leaders' experiences of the racial intervention program go hand in hand, as the study explored the student leaders' perceptions of their role as leaders in the school, as well as the role they played in the program, and how this would empower each leader to contribute towards achieving a racially diverse and inclusive school climate. It emerged during the pre-interview phase that of the 8 participants, the majority felt confident to exercise their voice, share concerns with management and staff, and participate confidently in conversations on race and racism. all 8 expressed that they were happy to participate in the program, and they indicated that it had come at the right time and that they were certain that it would pave the way for the school to become more inclusive.
Sorry, Andrea, you have a minute left.
Okay, that went very quickly. Unfortunately, during the 4 weeks of the program, the expectations of my participants were not met because they felt that the program was too rigidly structured and that the teachers were essentially following a syllabus, and they felt very patronized by this. However, participants did mention that after week 5 of the program, there seemed to be a shift in the way that the program was going, and it seemed that teachers had relaxed a little bit more and that they were allowing the children to have conversations about what was important to them, and it really did pave the way for them to start to have courageous conversations and really get onto the same page as their peers in the classrooms. Unfortunately, I couldn't share more with you, but essentially what I noticed while following the rest of the program for the duration of this year, it really does seem that the school is well on its way to learning from the advice given to them by the students as to how the program can be improved. And they certainly seem to have created a foundation for a school which is going to be based largely on respect, diversity, and inclusivity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andrea. Our next presenter is Fumani Kanari and Sekitla Makasani, and they are from Lesotho, and they're going to be presenting using asset-based approach to promote inclusivity in Lesotho rural schools, implications for school leadership.
Thank you so much. Good morning, colleagues. Dumelang, bon dia. I'm trying to share this.
You unmute yourself, please, ma'am.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we do.
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you so much. Let me share this. All right. Dumelang, good morning. My name is Fumani, and our presentation is titled, like the chair has already mentioned, using asset-based approach to promote inclusivity in Lesotho rural schools, implication for school leadership. And we'll be sharing this platform with Ndade Sekitla Makasani. Just to give the context of Lesotho, it's known to be a small mountainous country and a landlocked country surrounded by its much larger neighbor, South Africa. According to the World Bank, it has a population of 2.1 million, and it declared its independence from the United Kingdom on 4 October 1996. This is very important when you talk about the issues of inclusivity. So one look at Lesotho's independence, linking it to exclusion and inclusion. We look at the learners with special needs, where disability or currently differently able, according to Sefoto, in the education system has been prevalent in many countries. Disability is associated to witchcraft, family sin, and ancestral spirits. And this is according to some literature which was basically influenced by the Western and Euro ideologies in the context of disability. And when one look at the ontology of disability of Basotho, it's a different scenario. Hence, we have some proverbs such as "Sehole ha siyo motseng," meaning there is no disability in the village because there are resources to take care of challenges. However, that's not the case of today. We want to demonstrate how inclusion of learners in Lesotho has been the responsibility of other stakeholders other than the school. So we had non-governmental organizations, churches, and individuals. And financial support from private sectors and donors agencies, again, were from the Euro-Western countries. However, since the declaration or the adoption of the United Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability, we have seen trends towards educating children with disabilities. Now, to broaden the context of Lesotho again, in terms of enacting inclusion, one look at the policy context and some of the developments that took place, including the fact that in 1991, after the independence or way beyond the independence, Lesotho established special education unit in 1991 through the Ministry of Education. 1992, Lesotho became a signatory of the United Conventions on the Rights of the Children. 1999, it became a signatory to the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of Children. And 2000, a signatory to the Millennium Declaration. And 2005, Lesotho Education Sector Strategic Plan was put into place, which was from 2005 to 2015. 2008, Lesotho signed the United Nations Convention on, in 2008, and research again shows that there were challenges in terms of inclusion, and this has led to Lesotho's strategic plan for 2016 and 2016 to 2026. And lately is a policy on the government of Lesotho through the Ministry of Education, again, the inclusive policy, very new policy because it's only took place or became enacted from 2018. So what does this say about inclusive education in Lesotho, including learners, especially with special needs or differently abled? It shows that Lesotho has got some context, but the context which is basically influenced by the macro and by the first world countries. And as a result, inclusive education is still a challenge due to the fact that Lesotho itself is regarded as one of the poor countries where poverty is more prevalent in remote and mountainous parts of the country. And this was also shown by the fact that 80% of the population of Lesotho is being classified as poor and destitute. So while the role of education has taken a clear cut in terms of moving the agenda of inclusion, and where the school leadership are regarded to be part and parcel of creating inclusive environments and enabling environments for all learners. However, the challenge of school leadership is not only affected by the physicality of learners or the neurodevelopment, but the resources become one of the major issues which inhibit the creating or enabling inclusive education and diversity of learners, especially towards the attainment of the educational goals. So in this presentation, we are actually proposing or demonstrating how through the conceptual framework or theoretical framework of a distributed leadership and asset-based approach could enhance or enable school leadership towards the realization of creating inclusive schools where all learners can thrive. this is because we know that the literature, especially from people like Bush, Bell, and Middlehood, they conclude that leadership is second only to teaching and learning with regard to its importance on school impact and student outcome. However, resources in the context of Lesotho, particularly resources becomes a challenge in terms of creating those environments. For example, the work that we have done, which is the model that we are proposing, was on how the school leadership turn around schools towards achieving its main goal, which is student outcome achievement. The school that we did around turning around performing schools, it's located in one of the deep rural areas of Lesotho. The road connecting to the school and the main road is not in good condition. There are no roads connecting to the school. Some learners walk to and from school for about 5 to 10 kilometers. And all this affects the teaching and learning, and let alone creating inclusive environment for all learners. And in the interest of time, I'll go straight to what we are trying to work on, because this is work in progress based on the work that we have done. So we are proposing the theoretical framework looking at the asset-based approach and the distributed leadership. Asset-based approach, it's in line with the Basotho understanding of inclusion, to say, let's really live it up, or, you know, all of us, it's everybody's business, and we believe in every aspect.
Sorry, Fumani, you have a
Yes.
minute left. Thank you.
All right. So this is the implication for school leadership. We're actually proposing that the issue of inclusivity, it starts at home. So leadership practices of turning around low-performing school through asset-based approach can still be applied in the context of inclusive education. So the leadership has a goal around inclusive education. Then they can draw from the inner assets, because district leadership recognizes that everybody is an asset, especially in the context where there are not even basic resources. So the principal, even the learners, the way they plan activities, drawing from the outer assets, the district-based activities that are done within the school environment should promote inclusive education. We have already seen other institutions such as the policies, so Ministry of Education, Ministry of Social Development, and even the language itself, the language of inclusion should tap into what the people of Lesotho know, such as proverbs like I've already mentioned that there is no fool or there is no disability in the community, because everybody is capable of sharing resources, and therefore we hope going further, we want to test this model that we propose for turning around low-performing schools and work on the promoting inclusivity in Lesotho. On that note, I thank you, Mr. Mahassan and Dr.
Thank you
Mahassan,
so much, Fumani. The
Thank
next
you.
presenter that we are going to be having is Vera Victor H. Bodine. She's from Nigeria, and the presentation is about inclusive education in an ethnically diverse and security-threatened society. Nigerian teachers' perspectives. Thank you. You may go ahead. Are you there, Vera Victor? Okay. Thank you so much, Vera Victor. You may go ahead.
Pleasant greetings, everyone. I am Dr. Vera Victor from the University of Nigeria, also a postdoctoral research fellow at the University of Johannesburg, South Africa. My topic is inclusive education in an ethically diverse and security threatened society, the Nigerian teachers' perspective. Nigeria as a nation is an ethically diverse one with over 267 ethnic groups. These ethnic groups have distinct cultures and languages, and these are the things that actually make the country a diverse one. Worthy to note also is the fact that Nigeria is a registered member of the United Nations and UNESCO. That means Nigeria has subscribed to the several global and national frameworks of inclusive education. Since the introduction of the national policy in the year 1977, inclusive education in Nigeria has revolved around several key issues, which include that the government is responsible for taking care of its citizens and providing the best means and opportunities for individuals to maximize their potentials. Also, access to education is a fundamental human right. Despite the outlined need of inclusive education in Nigeria, despite the beautiful frameworks as enshrined in the United Nations governing principles, there is the rising case of insecurity in Nigeria, and this is gradually collapsing the beautiful framework of inclusion. So the problem of insecurity is a kind of making it very difficult or nearly impossible for inclusive education to see the light of the day in Nigeria. Also, these rising cases of insecurity have equally led to a rise in the number of out-of-school children or school dropouts in Nigeria. Generally, the present study aims to investigate teachers' perspective regarding how insecurity has impacted inclusive education framework in Nigeria. And in specific terms, the study sought to find out security challenges to inclusion in Nigeria, steps to be taken by teachers to navigate and meet the needs of the learner in the face of insecurity. Now, the findings of this study was anchored on the basic tenets of the securitization theory by Weaver, Buzan, and Weld of 1998. This theory is mostly used in the field of international relations and security study. The basic tenets of this theory, that is the securitization theory, stipulates that securitization is the process by which state actors sorry, please. The securitization theory stipulates that the securitization is the process by which state actors subject into matters of security concern that enables extraordinary measures to be taken in matters of security. Now, according to the securitization theories, they opine that when a subject is successfully securitized, a higher degree of attention and resources are devoted to it, despite the existence of other subjects that might pose more threats, but are unsuccessfully securitized. So in this study, I attempted to securitize inclusivity of education with the intention of providing solutions to limitations posed in the education system in Nigeria. The study adopted a qualitative approach. 9 inclusive education teachers were involved, drawn from inclusive secondary school in Nigeria. Being a qualitative study, inductive thematic analysis was used. The participants were recruited using phone calls, WhatsApp, and WhatsApp messages, considering COVID-19 restrictions. Semi-structured interview was also a semi-structured interview schedule was also used. The results were reported qualitatively, and the themes and sub-themes were analyzed. Now, from the results obtained, 5 themes emerged. These themes related to security challenges to inclusive education in Nigeria. The themes include school children adoption, threatened teachers and teachers' interests, kidnapping of children with disability, and those from certain ethnic groups. Then inter-ethnic violence was also said. Then ethnic challenges to inclusive education, inter-ethnic bias in schools, ethnically localized school system, and the fear of unknown. Then the strategies we found out from the analysis that the teachers adopted, or are adopting rather, include high vigilance. The teachers are now more vigilant than they used to be. They have also included into the school curriculum security education. Then there is now the call for homeschool collaboration. In conclusion, insecurity is a threat to implementation of inclusive education in Nigeria. Ethnic bias hinder cross-cultural inclusivity of schools. Teachers' efficacy is threatened in Nigeria. Teachers and parents can work together to overcome security challenges. And the study is recommending that government and all education stakeholders should develop security policies to guide inclusive education. Also, school heads should keep surveillance over all children, especially those with disabilities and those from diverse ethnic groups. Teachers should also work as advocates of inclusion. And finally, government should provide funding for schools. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so much, Vera Victor H. Bodion. The second last speaker for this session is Ibrahim Rashid, and he's from Tanzania. He's going to be talking to us about Edu Heroes Initiative. Can teacher servant leaders address Tanzania's rural educational challenges? Thank you very much. Very progressive. Ibrahim, you may go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm Ibrahim Yunus Rashid. I'm a doctoral student at the University of Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. I'm also a Mandela Washington Fellow 2018 at Kansas State University. And I'm also a managing director of a chain of private schools in Tanzania, Feza Schools. So today I'll talk about Edu Heroes Initiative. Can servant leadership enhance the role of teachers to address Tanzania's rural educational challenges? We all know of many problems and challenges that our educational system is facing, and especially in the rural areas, including gender-based violence, girls' deprivation of education, early pregnancies, HIV/AIDS, school dropouts, drug abuse, and other insecurities, but also a lack of proper guidance and counseling to students on what they can do with their lives and with their careers. So there are so many challenges. But my study is mostly based on how we can find solutions to these challenges. And actually with the Edu Heroes Initiative, we are proposing of a role of a teacher, and we call this teacher as the Edu Hero. And in rural areas, the teacher is one of the very few educated person present, a literate person. Probably a teacher is the one who have studied to college or bachelor degree. So teachers do touch lives, and we can use those teachers already deployed in rural areas to find local solutions to the local problems, because most of the problems do not actually need intervention from a higher authority. They are problems that can be solved locally. So we propose on investing on the teachers, because the quality of any educational institution cannot exceed the quality of its teachers. And if we are entrusting the future of the nation to the teacher, we ought to invest on that teacher. And this teacher, of course, needs leadership skills. So my study is based on servant leadership. And servant leadership is a concept that originated in 1970 by Robert Greenleaf. He defines servant leader as who serves first and who seeks to transform their followers to grow healthier, wiser, freer, and more autonomous. Actually, according to servant leadership theory, a servant leader puts others' needs above their own needs. They serve first. And this definition can be very significant, especially in a school setting where the teacher, the school heads, they're actually the co-parents and they are the caretakers of our kids. And if I'm a parent, I want to entrust my kid to someone who will put the need of my kid above their own. And this is actually the servitude that is mainly needed. So we also have, it's interesting that we have our very own African leaders, very important personalities like Nelson Mandela of South Africa, Mwalimu Julius Kambarage Nyerere of Tanzania. They are actually recognized by the world of academia to be servant leaders in their own times. So the Edu Heroes Initiative, it began in 2019, where I partnered with a US-based leadership professor, Dr. Andrew Welford, but we are in collaboration with the Agent for Development of Educational Management, which is under the Ministry of Education of Tanzania. We delivered leadership education to candidate teachers. So they are university students in their last year who are most likely to be deployed in rural areas after their graduation. And the program aimed at giving the teachers leadership skills, especially servant leadership skills, so that they can address and they can be ready to adapt with the challenges that they will be facing, especially in their rural areas, in their stations. And then afterwards, qualitatively, we did post interviews. So these candidate teachers, they graduated, and now it has been 2 years. They are already posted in their stations, and they are teachers in the rural areas. So we are doing now post interviews, follow-up on what they have been doing, and whether the servant leadership skills training that we have given to them, how much of it has been used, and we have collected those information. And the focus of the Edu Heroes program is to find the local solutions, as I've said, to the problems facing the communities, especially in the rural areas. And normally, we want our program to be designed like this because we believe that when we invest on human capital, that is a more sustainable way to find the solutions to the local problems in the rural areas. And we promote inclusive education. We focus on sustainable development goals and civic engagement to the local community. So the initial findings of our study, we found out that the stakeholder connection is one of the major themes that has been discussed. Several participants, they noted that connecting with parents, school administrators, community members, and local businesses is an issue, and that has to be developed. but they managed to do it, and they managed to come up with new facilities, new programs in their schools. There has been some challenges, of course, the cultural, the access, the distance issue, because it's rural areas. And we have also decided that in the coming steps, we will try in our trainings to make sure that we are also teaching these servant leaders, the edu heroes, how to connect with stakeholders and to involve them in the issues with regards to their schools. But also there is a funding issue, which also has been a very important theme that most of the participants have been raising it up. It seems that to be able to find funds just to help out in improving the conditions of the schools, whether it's about the toilets, whether it's about hygiene, whether it's about the quality of education, the classrooms environment, there is a need to involve other stakeholders so that they can help out to fund and to help out in those schools. And we also decided that in our future trainings we will involve such kind of skills to how to develop a relationship with donors and how to involve them also. And another theme is about programs and new additions that these participants, they've tried to do after the trainings of the leadership skills. When they went to their respective schools, some of them even tried to open new clubs about environment, about leadership. They tried to increase some, productivity of the students, and they've involved themselves in improving their lives, touching more lives of the students. And we also have decided that in the next steps, we are going to try to put more emphasis on how our participants can actually give extracurricular activities, how they can engage the community for the betterment of the students. And about skills and challenges. So while we were training these candidate teachers, we were training them about servant leadership, adaptive leadership, and the skills that they are meant for them. For example, growth mindset, relationship building, affecting positive change. These skills are important skills as a leader, but they are a challenge to them because putting them in the implementation and making them a reality is a challenge. And so building such skills has been noted as a challenge, which in the future trainings, we will try to work more on that to help our servant leaders to possess these skills so that they can utilize them in their communities. I would just like to mention here that we focus on the teacher leaders because in a rural environment, like in a village, you find that teachers really know everything that is happening in those villages, and they can intervene in a proper way. And they can touch lives and they can transform lives. Just a simple act of pinpointing potential students and trying to guide them to the right path so that they become the future leaders of our nation. That itself is just an intervention that can be done locally in the field. And we do believe that teachers can do a lot. So the initial takeaways from our Edu Heroes initiative is that the teachers, the participants, they've really shown inclination towards making a difference. They have also done something. They've put what they've learned into action, and they've used the servant leadership skills to build positive relationship in their communities, which is a good thing. And so just connecting to the dots, we want to identify the rural educational challenges, which is very easy. Everyone can speak of the challenges, but what about the solutions? So we seek to train servant leadership skills to the teachers so that those edu heroes can find local solutions to the local problems. And then we can monitor and evaluate the performance, and then we can see how we can touch more lives. So maybe these edu heroes can champion the SDGs and make our rural areas a better place for education. Well, thank you for listening, and I wish everyone a very pleasant conference.
Thank you so much, Ibrahim, for keeping within the time allocated to you. Much appreciated. The last presenter for the session is Sabina Eli-Bokus, and she's going to speak to us about turnaround leadership, or the challenges of turning around underperforming state secondary schools in Mauritius. Over to you, Sabina. You may begin, Sabina. Okay. You may begin, Sabina.
Do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Sabina.
Fine, thank you. So I'm Sabina. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to share my experience in transforming 2 state secondary schools in Mauritius. In fact, we have 63 state secondary schools in Mauritius, ranking from excellent to low performing. I was transferred to one of those low performing schools in 2017. The concept of turnaround leadership is borrowed from the corporate world, where business leaders' expertise successfully salvage struggling organizations. Turnaround in schools is slowly being acknowledged as one successful approach to school improvement through changes in processes and conditions in systematic ways and in the long term. My first context, I was posted in X-State Secondary School, notorious for its low performance and level of vandalism. During my first week, I observed a school where groups of students would come at 10 a.m., attend a couple of classes and disappear. Shirking was reported from all classes. The situation demanded rapid change with a strategic plan. So we started with a selection of priorities. Then we looked into resources, staff, skills needed, time that would sustain change over time. For the monitoring part, we chose indicators that would inform us if our management of change has been successful. We had inbuilt mechanism in our plan, for example, statistics or test scores that would inform us if we were on the right track. One important aspect in turnaround leadership is to demonstrate rapid and successful school changes so as to rope in successfully the support of the community. The pyramid of student engagement fitted the situation prevailing in my school. As student absenteeism, shirking of classes, and misbehavior were chronic problems, the fundamental condition for learning would be attendance. Participation and motivation could be constructed at a later stage. After a period of observation, inquiries, meetings, during which I gathered data, I announced my findings in morning assemblies, linking academic outcomes to the number of hours and classes students have lost. I would repeat those findings in classes and in all my meetings. Fortunately for me, the prefect body became my best ally, and they were able to convince their friends of the need to attend classes. So we had new rules written. Lateness disappeared after 2 months. It was a rapid and resounding success. Then we looked into shirking. This was more complex as educators were equally involved. In fact, teachers would tolerate shirking, and this had to change. We communicated a new vision, mission of the school to students, teachers, and parents. But what worked best for shirking was informing parents immediately after a student had disappeared from a class. Very often, the missing student would reappear, accompanied by parents. New school policies were adopted, like in-house rustication. This meant that the student had met no friends and no football. Shirking also disappeared by the end of the first term. So 2 successes in 1 term laid down the foundation for another priority, capacity building. The low ability students we served demanded knowledge and implementation of differentiated learning. We devoted staff meeting sessions to worksite CPDs, where senior teachers presented their understanding and implementation of differentiated learning. Teachers were encouraged to shift from teacher-centered to learner-centered classroom. We equally set up a tutoring program for students who were at risk of failing. After 2 years, I was transferred once again to another state school. This experience in Y State Secondary School, it was different. The school was more affluent. Once again, I started by observing and collecting information. In fact, Stollentrink would categorize this school as strolling because cohorts enrolled in the first grade were good, but students were conditioned to think that they could not have high expectations. So school was not making much difference in student performance. I equally observed how all teachers used traditional teacher-centered teaching. I knew that performance depended on quality teaching, so I embarked the school on professional development sessions aligned with our educational reform, the 9-year continuous basic education. Teachers had very big ideas of what this meant, and many read that for the first time. I emphasized on the pillars we would be focusing on, which was CPD. I used the classical model of CPD. I conducted an anonymous survey to find out teachers' needs. I analyzed the survey and decided to expose teachers to the concept of qualitative feedback. Teachers were provided with documents on qualitative feedback. We had discussions on why it was effective, how to use it. We had classroom observations to see how it was implemented. We encouraged teachers to share their practice in staff meetings. It was very difficult for a good proportion of teachers to accept those CPDs, to accept class observation and to go public. But with time, qualitative feedback slowly became part of teachers' tools at schools. We had CPD sessions on learner-centered methodologies selected by teachers during one academic year. Teachers tried inductive learning, peer assessment, process model. Those teachers would carry out research on the selected strategy, implement it, and accept that colleagues observe their practice. They also presented the experience of their new teaching approach in our monthly staff meeting. Change was visible. A professional learning community was emerging. My leadership journey in this school was full of turbulences, starting with the anonymous survey, where teachers claimed knowledge and skills they never had. And then I expected teacher resistance, but I was shocked when I got advice from ministry not to carry out any professional development at school because teachers' trade unions, they were so powerful and they were not happy. And the ministry wanted them to be happy. I wrote to my hierarchy explaining my situation, but the support was minimal. But however, I knew that what I was doing was the right thing. And I preferred to look at achievements. So my first call in 2017 had done well with 80% of grade 9 students passing their national certificate of education, and 10 of those students, you remember I told you they were from very low social status, poor families. So 10 of them integrating academies. And in my current school, some teachers are carrying out small action research in their classes and are ready to share it to a wider community. Meanwhile, we have documented our CPD sessions in a small booklet. We have shared it with friends, colleagues, and officers from the ministry. At the same time, we have acknowledged the efforts of teachers to professionalize their practice. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Sabina. Esteemed attendees, we've come now to the last part of this session, which was cultural politics, school leadership. I now invite any questions or comments for the various presenters. You may want to use the chat box as well for a question. And we want to try and keep the questions to minimum in order to save time. And also take note that all the presentations will be available to all attendees. Any questions or comments? I don't see any. Okay, I don't see any. So I think what we can now do is just thank the, okay, here's a question. Matsio, go ahead.
Yeah, my hand is up. Thank you very much, and thank you to all presenters.
Matsio, ask your question or give your comment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you, Matsio.
Yeah, I see a relationship between what was presented right at the beginning by Prof. Halinga regarding...
Go ahead, Matsio.
You can't hear me.
We can hear you. Continue, Matsio.
I'm saying I see a very close relationship.
Can we ask Magdalene to ask her question or give her comment?
Dr. Naidu, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can, Dr. Naika.
So there seems to be a slight lag. And so every time Matsio is trying to speak, it comes late to you and then you speak while she's speaking. So Matsio did not get a chance to say what, so if we can go back to Matsio, thanks.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you for that. Matsio, you can go ahead now. I'm going to be quiet for a few seconds.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, allow me to speak. I'm saying I see the relationship between the first presenter, the first presentation by Prof. Halinga, and what I've just been listening to regarding the woman leader turning around the school despite the resistance. So this is a very interesting trend of showing the strength of the women in institutional leadership. Thank you very much.
Thank you for those great comments, Matsio. I think you've hit the nail on its head. Instructional leadership and females, I think we're synonymous. Prof. Hellinger makes note in all his various researches about women leadership. And that's a very a good comment from you. Thank you for that. Magdalene?
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. My question is directed to Ibrahim. I would like to ask about, how would a servant leadership look like in a Tanzanian context, especially that his focus is more into rural areas. How would you make it a servant leadership? To what can you associate servant leadership to your local context in order for people to actually understand what it is? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, leadership, after all, is an activity, and leadership does not require someone to have a status or an office or an authority. Everyone can be a leader in their own context. Taking a right action in a right moment at a right time is actually an act of leadership. So servant leadership, when servant leaders, they put the needs of others above their own, that actually could be very helpful in the rural areas where there are so many challenges. So I will just give you a very simple example. Just a simple act of depicting that a girl is not coming to school, maybe because the parents are forcing her to stay at home and help them with the harvesting in the farm. So just taking an action of reporting that one and trying to find a solution. Or just a simple act of someone, a teacher, knowing that there's a path whereby when girls come to school, they face some sort of insecurities, maybe because of some people who are there. And then if this teacher can find something, a solution, talk with the leaders in the villages and help them out, that is a simple act of leadership. Or maybe another example I can give you, creating awareness. So right now we are in the pandemic. So just creating awareness to students, to the parents about how to stay safe with washing hands. This is an act of leadership. So when I talk about servant leadership to teachers, I simply mean these simple but very, very fundamental, important acts of leadership. I hope I have answered your question.
Thank you so much, Ibrahim, for that response. Yes, spot on. Any other questions from any other colleagues?
I guess we are asking question on general presentation.
Nathaniel?
Yeah.
Yes, go ahead, Nathaniel.
I wanted to ask a question. Security threatening environment. My main question is that
Nathaniel, your connection is very bad. We're missing you from time to time. We didn't get the question. We didn't get your question.
Question is that the issue of inclusive education. I don't know whether you can hear me now, but
yes, we can.
Okay. The issue of inclusive education in the midst of security challenges. I just wanted to ask if the presenter had incidents of schools that practice inclusive education that are security, that they have a security threat to that particular school. Because I expected such incident to foreground the problem. Maybe there's an occurrence of such because of the nature of the survey that was done, the qualitative survey that was done. Was there an incident? What prompted the study? What made it a necessary one?
Can we have Vera to please answer that question? Vera Victor? Okay, Vera is offline. Is there any other or any one of the other presenters would like to provide an answer, provide a response to Nathaniel's question? Okay, we're going to park your question, Nathaniel, and get back to it a little bit later. I see Vusi Maseko's got a hand up.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. I picked up from the discussion that there were issues of leadership when trying to establish professional learning communities. And I would really like to know how they managed to overcome those problems. And there was a later comment which said that it is now, YSS is now an emerging professional learning community. And I would like to know what made them conclude that it is now an emerging professional community. Thank you.
Can I do? I suppose that's for me.
Yes, go ahead, Christina.
I talked about state secondary schools, at least the school where I'm working in, emerging as a professional learning community. Well, for a professional learning community to exist, the teachers must be learners. Teachers must equally study. So what I started with my CPD sessions, I provided documents which I sent by mail to all my teachers. And I sent them questions. I organized roundtables, small roundtables, department-wise, so that they could integrate whatever they were reading with their practice. And once this was done, we would come together and had a whole staff discussion. We have around 800 educators, teachers at school. We would have discussions, we would have presentations, we would share what we would be able to adapt to our context, and we would start implementing it. So as soon as teachers accepted, studying, implementing, and sharing their practice and documenting their practice, we can call that at least an emerging professional learning community. Did I answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for that response, Sabina. There is a question in the chat box from you, Sabina. As a female leader, you are confronted with so many obstacles. How to stay motivated? Your question is directed to Prof. Hellinger, but he's left. Yeah, he's no more online. Would you like to perhaps give a bit of context to just pick on maybe one or two obstacles and let us know how you overcame that?
Well, what happens is that just as I said in my presentation, you have very many challenges. You have teacher resistance. So we expect teacher resistance when you have change. But then when you don't have, your hierarchy supporting you, this can become very difficult. This is completely demotivating. So I was going to ask Professor Hallinger, who has been studying, female leadership for so many years, if he had any recommendations of things that have worked elsewhere.
Thank you for that, Sabina. We will try and get hold of Prof. Hellinger and we will try and let him share his experiences and all of his research with us. Esteemed attendees, we've come to the end of this session. Thank you to the 8 presenters from the 7 countries. Thank you for sharing your experiences and your research with us. We are greatly enriched. Your presentations were illuminating, they were interesting, they were highly informative, and I can go on and on. We are now preparing for the second session, but before we get to that session, there is a 5 to 10 minute break in which you can go and fetch yourself a quick snack, and we will reconvene in the next 10 minutes. 5 minutes, sorry, 5 minutes, and that would take us to 11:25. So promptly at 11:25, we will be back online. Thank you so much for this interesting, lovely session. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much, Chair.
Good morning, colleagues. Peter Bessy on this side of the world in Africa, welcoming you to the second session of the African Roundtable. From a very cloudy Gauteng province in South Africa to all our colleagues in a very, very sunshine roundtable in Africa. Welcome to this session, colleagues. The first 5 minutes we will just spend on some greetings, but we're not going to do it formally. What we are going to do, we're going to ask you firstly to please mute all your microphones and then share all your videos with us. So, and when we are all on with video all over the world, all over South Africa, you will wave and then our technical team will take a photo of everything. So what I will please ask everybody to do is to maybe then unmute your video so that we can see all the faces. And when we are ready, we will then organize then the photo. So everybody, please unmute your video and then we will take a photo if everybody is ready. I'm waiting for people to just to unmute their video, please. I can only see a few that are unmuting at the moment. Some of our colleagues said they can't access their cameras at the moment, but we'll just take a photo, colleagues, with the ones that are coming on. And if you have technical problems, we will maybe postpone this for later, Dr. Peramo.
Yes, that would be fine.
Because I can see, Professor Peramo, that we are going to maybe have a problem with that at the moment. And I don't want to keep the program because I can only see a very few on camera at the moment. Colleagues, I think with the permission of Professor Peramo, I'm going to maybe postpone this session, maybe Professor Peramo with that.
Professor Pierre, we can take a photograph now, and as people come on, we will probably, intermittently come back on, maybe midway through the session, and ask them to do that again, and towards the end, so we can have like 3 different photographs. Is that okay?
Okay. Thank you, Prof. Peramo. Yes. So, technical team, are you on standby to take a photo now, please? Can you just indicate through Professor Peramo if it was taken?
Yes, thank you so much. We've got our first shot, and we'll probably return to this again midway through the program, like this session and later on. Thank you so much. Lovely to see all of you.
Thank you, Professor Peramo. Colleagues, welcome back. As I said, we are going to start our session with our second keynote speaker, who is Professor Tony Onhukwusi. He's from the UK, but he's also a visiting professor at the University of South Africa, or South Johannesburg, sorry. And his keynote will be on the many sides of critical dialectical pluralism, a meta philosophy for addressing social justice and responsibility, inclusion and diversity and equity. So for the sake of time, I'm going to give, because the citation is part of the program. So I'm just going to give you some 2 or 3 highlights from Professor Tony. His research focused primarily on social and behavioral science topics, including disadvantaged and underserved populations. He is a very well-placed academic all over the world, colleagues. And if you read his citation, you will see the reason for that. With the index of the H index of 89, is secured publications of more than 500 pieces of work, including 350 journal articles, 50 book chapters, and 6 books. He's past president of the Mixed Methods International Research Association, and also received the 2018 National Research Foundation and NRF A rating. Thank you very much, Prof. Tony. We are over to you, and we are really looking forward to your presentation.
Thank you. Can you just verify you can hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Professors and Professor Perelmore for inviting me. I'm going to go fairly quickly because the time slot is short. You know the title, so I'm just going to always like to dedicate to all those who have been we've lost sort of this terrible, terrible virus. So Ed leadership programs, essentially, all over the world, the Ed leadership programs and want to graduate leaders who have not only, you know, ability to lead, but also skills in research methods to be both consumers and producers. Consumers being to read, understand, interpret, synthesize, publish research as well as use it, and producers being the ability to design and implement and replicate studies. So that's really important skill for leaders in general, education leaders in general, and African education leaders in particular. So a lot of mentors, advisors, and so forth encourage graduate students, doctoral students to enroll in courses, whether they're within the university or somewhere else, online, other universities. But these courses, for me, are problematic because firstly, they give the impression that the research objective, there's a one-to-one correspondence. So basically, oh, it's a quantitative question, so I should do a quantitative study, or it's a qualitative question, do a qualitative study. It also, even more importantly, disturbingly, gives the impression that methods drive the question. I mean, we actually have methods courses. And so people will come to me, for example, students will come to me over the years and say, I want to do a qualitative study, or I want to do a quantitative study, or I want to do, you know, grounded theory, before they've even told me what their question is. And I find it problematic. And lots of myths prevail. So these courses also indicate lots of myths. I hear a lot of people say, no, we don't generalize in qualitative. And, you know, there are lots of different types of generalization, not just going from the sample population. There's also generalizations like analytic generalizations. As soon as you say, and the themes were, we make a generalization. As soon as we interview somebody, we're going to be making a generalization because you can't get the whole life space in an hour or 2 hours of an interview. So quantitative researchers also create myths. Like they would say it's objective. Quantitative research is objective compared to qualitative. And I would say, okay, why do we use 0.05 for statistical significance testing? And they obviously don't have an answer for that. And I would say, okay, well, that's a subjective decision. That's subjective. Doesn't matter if everything else is objective after that. The fact that you have at least one subjective decision stops you from being objective. Mixed method researchers in general tend to, you know, promote dichotomies. They say you've got to have a qualitative, you've got to have a quantitative, and that's again find that although that might be the case in many instances, it's not always the case. And most importantly, research philosophy is basically pushed to the sidelines in general. I've had the pleasure of doing more than 250 workshops worldwide, and I usually poll the participants and ask them if they know what their philosophy is. Many of them don't. There are many who graduate with doctorates, with masters, etc., and they don't know their research philosophy. And even those who say they do, they don't really understand the tenets of philosophy. So many people confuse positivism and post-positivism. They don't know the difference between social constructivism, say, and social constructivism, and so forth. So, or they think pragmatism is one type of philosophy where it's a family of philosophies. In fact, all of these on the screen here are families of philosophies, including critical theory. So, and a lot of the debates that have gone on, what we'll call the paradigm wars, arise because of the lack of knowledge, the lack of awareness of what their tenets of philosophies are. So you hear people say, "Oh, I'm a constructivist, so I don't collect numbers," and yet there's nothing in constructivism that stops you from collecting numbers. Or, you know, I'm a post-positivist, so I don't do interviews. So you get mistakes like that made, myths that are perpetuated. And you see here there are lots of mixed methods philosophies that have emerged. But one that I particularly like is dialectical pluralism. A good old friend and research collaborator, Bert Johnson, because it encourages multiple philosophies or paradigms within the study. So it's about carefully listening to different disciplines and paradigms and theories and so forth. But in terms of dialectical pluralism, like every other philosophy out there, whether it's a qualitative-based philosophy, quantitative-based philosophy, or mixed method-based philosophy, they still privilege researchers over participants. And that I have a big problem with. For example, they make all the decisions across the whole research process, including, what parts of the voice should be included and so forth. So enter critical dialectical pluralism, 2013, something I formally wrote up because it was bubbling for years. In fact, I would argue that all my life I've been a critical dialectical pluralist, but I just hadn't even realized it. A few highlights of critical dialectical pluralism, because we really want as many of you as possible to be aware of the different philosophies out there, in particular this philosophy, which I think is very powerful. It's a meta philosophy, meta paradigm, really focuses on social injustices in society. It's both a process philosophy and communication theory. And it really emphasizes different types of justice, procedural, process, and philosophical. Again, a lot of that is in the article I just showed you. I'm happy to send that to any of you if you're interested. Promotes egalitarian society, both universalistic knowledge and local practical knowledge, which is a nice combination, and promotes culture progressive research. Most importantly, changes the role. So if you're a researcher in the other types of philosophies, you just become a regular researcher. Being in critical dialectical pluralism, which I'm now going to call CDP, in this case CDP 1.0, you become no longer a researcher, but a research facilitator. And the participant becomes a participant researcher. Okay. Yeah. So the research facilitator becomes a cultural broker between the participant researchers and whatever it is that has power over them that needs studying, needs problematizing. Dialogic style facilitating, high personal participant research relationships. Okay. A community view of power. CDP problematizes powerlessness and deconstructs power, and tries to optimize a solidarity between the research facilitator and the participant researcher. Very much adopts Carl Rogers' kind of person-centered approach, where participants then have a co-equal say. So right from the beginning, you get them involved. Okay. We as researchers often are arrogant enough to believe that we always know what the research question should be. And I would argue we hardly ever know what the most optimal research question is. We should always go to the participants and find out. They might even say to you, yeah, last year this was a really good research question, but now, it's another type of research question is needed. I won't go over this, but just to show you that CDP has its own ontology, epistemology, methodology, axiology, and so forth. And that's in the article. We really reject false dichotomies in research. There's so many of them, micro, macro, memic, fact values, and so forth. We say they lie on a continuum, not an interactive continuum of that. Justices, as I said, social, distributive, retributive, and global. All of these justices do everything we can to optimize them. So simply put, no research facilitator or research participant or stakeholder left behind. So now, 8 years later, really with the two people you see here, Sandra Abrams of St. John's University in New York and Elena Forzani of Boston University.
Prof, we've lost you.
We are now reframing CDP. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're back. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry about that. I was saying it's 8 years later now, we are now expanding CDP 1.0 to 2.0. And you see Sandra Abrams and Elena Forzani are two people that we actually are working with to really reframe this way of thinking. 2005, you see here, we wrote this article.
Sorry, Prof, 1 minute remaining.
Okay. Taking care of research. And this involves not having methodology courses, traditional courses, but looking at exploratory and confirmatory. Let me skip to this. Integration is emphasized. This is an example of CDP 2.0 action, where instead of the researcher conducting the focus groups, the actual participants themselves conduct it. And there's kind of 10 steps. The literature review process is changed. And let me go to in the classroom. The idea in the classroom now that instead of seeing yourself as the professor and the student, instructor and student, you actually end up, as I do in my classes, you do engage in collaborative teaching, where essentially, and this is one example here, in one class, we ended up with 4 publications, okay? And develop studies, these are studies, I'm even doing studies at the University of Johannesburg with Prof. and Yuki and others, looking at COVID, the effects of COVID, I'm nearly done, and applying to youth. So in the schools, as a leader, encouraging your teachers to work with your students to conduct research. I did that a few years ago when I taught students for a semester in a university. Sorry, in a high school, and it was really powerful. So I said earlier, as a life philosophy, and going on to my last slide, I'm just going to read this letter, kind of show you. I was living in an apartment, and essentially the professor, I mean the landlord was very unresponsive, landlady, and every time I had the problem, she takes weeks to respond. So I had a leak in my water faucet, and weeks went by. So you see here, so I said, okay, let me not make it about me, let's make it about society. So I'll just quickly read the letter. July 22nd, I informed your staff the water was dripping at a disturbingly fast rate from our bath tap, located in the master bedroom. I was informed that a maintenance worker would be called as soon as possible to fix the problem. It's now August the 5th, exactly 2 weeks later, and no maintenance worker has come to fix the problem. I realize that fixing the faucets does not represent the highest priority this time of the year. However, for a problem that I believe should only take a few minutes, 2 weeks surely is too long to wait for service. Being a professor of statistics at X University, I decided to determine how much water was being wasted as a result of the drip. Using a 0.5 litre soda bottle, I calculated that 2.5 litres of water was dripping every minute. This translates to 318 pints per hour, 7,632 pints, or 950 gallons a day. Each week, 6,678 gallons of water have been wasted. I brought this problem to the attention of your staff 2 weeks ago. Since then, 13,000 gallons have been wasted. Bearing in mind that nutrition experts recommend that every person should drink 2.5 litres a day, the amount of water wasted in the past 2 weeks could have sustained a person for 2,520 days or 6.9 years. Thus, although this dripping from my bathroom tap does not cost me money directly, I'm just as concerned that it's unnecessarily costing your organization plenty of money, which likely will be transmitted to your tenants in the future in terms of higher monthly rents. Moreover, this water leak represents a drain in the world's resources. Thus, I would appreciate it if you would send a maintenance worker to fix this problem as soon as one is available. So that's a CDP 2.0. Within 2 hours, somebody came to fix the problem. So I'll end by saying keep calm and keep CDP on. Thank you very much. Is anyone out there?
So thank you very much for your presentation, Prof. It's very informative. Always nice listening to you. The questions and answers we'll take at the end of the session when all the speakers are done. Thank you very much once again. Colleagues, that we are having a problem with one of our speakers that are next, Sophie Itomes. from Cameroon. And what I will really request to hear if Ephraim Jacob of Ethiopia is ready for us to start his presentation. Ephraim, are you ready for us? Ephraim? Or if Sophie is back, she can just indicate to us she's back. Sophie from Cameroon. Ephraim from Ethiopia. Wow, this is a nice session that I'm chairing this morning. Then Magdalene Masalaki from Botswana. Are you ready for us? Magdalene?
Hello, yeah.
Magdalene, I'm sorry to put you on the spot at the moment, but we have problems with our first two speakers, Sophie and Ephraim. If I may request you to start your session so that we can maybe see if the other colleagues will actually sort out their connectivity. Please, Magdalene.
Okay. Okay, give me some few minutes just to get started.
You're more than welcome. Colleagues, in the meantime, where you are, you can with your microphones muted, you can sing a song so long for yourself.
Share this screen. Harry?
Hello?
Can you see my slide?
Not yet, Magdalene.
Yet, okay. I've just shared, so I don't know. Okay, maybe I should put the video. I've just done the shared screen.
Okay, it's not on yet.
Is it on now?
Not yet. We can see. There it is. Thank you very much. You can continue. You will have 10 minutes as well, Magdalene. Welcome to Roundtable Africa.
Okay. Good afternoon, colleagues, and welcome to this presentation entitled TVET Leadership Initiatives as a Form of Inclusion and Social Justice Among Students with Mild Intellectual Disabilities in Botswana's TVET institution, TVET standing for Technical Vocational Education and Training. I am Sister Magdalene Musalahai, yes, from Gaborone Technical College in Botswana. And in today's presentation, I'm going to be looking at examining the planned and intentional initiatives of TVET leadership as a response to inclusion. And I'm also going to show how localized good inclusive practices that are relevant to the institution, relevant to Botswana's culture and economic backgrounds has actually helped their department to become an example of an inclusive practice. And also during this presentation, I'm going to highlight some implications that educational leadership, especially in the TVET sector, needs to take cognizance of in order to promote diversity and social justice in education for the marginalized population. This is part of a study that was conducted last year in Botswana, and we are a British colony for 81 years from 1885 to 1996, and socio-economically, actually, we were a cattle rearing nation, exemplified by more numbers of cattle, which is more than 5 million as compared to the 2.26 million population of Botswana, including myself who's speaking to you and Ms. Bolani, who's on the panel too. So as this has become now a source of our wealth, which is seen in education, health, and infrastructure. But then my colleagues, I want to draw you to the education system that in the pre-colonial era, we actually a traditional system, which was categorized in three. This is the informal and the formal and the vocational. The vocational part of it, which is very more important to this presentation, was mainly about medicine and some trades in iron and smelting. But then there was a shift in change as the introduction of Western education through churches, which marked a shift from the traditional to an education system that was actually privileged for the few. And this is where we're actually coming from in terms of like exclusion started from as a colonial legacy. And then during that, then after the independence, 1996, then there was the revision of policies, which I would like to draw you to three that are very much pertinent to this presentation. The revised national policy on education of 1994, which was more about an access to education. And then we have the vocational educational training of 1997, which had a mandate of education, inclusive and equitable education, addressing issues of cost efficiency and quality. And then we have the baby of the presentation of the policies, the inclusive education of 2011, which I'd like to draw you to goal number 4, which talks about vocational training for young people whom the current system of education was very unsuitable. So the methodology that was employed in this research, because I had wanted to actually understand what inclusion is to people, stakeholders that are working in the Tibet. And therefore I used the capabilities approach, which is a normative approach to human welfare. But then in terms of education, it recognizes that not all individuals will participate from education in the same way. And that is why now I used that interpretation of what the participants will say through the lens of the capabilities approach. And as you know that, I mean, interpretations and meanings are unaccountable. So therefore, I used a qualitative design to find out that multiple interpretation. And the participants were actually 17 lecturers and 2 officers that are working with learners with disabilities as a program advisory or program developers. And then within that 17, this is actually in 2 institutions. One is a technical vocational education that is training technicians, and the other one was a brigade center, which is more on training artisans. So because this was the epistemological position of this was more of the subjective view of people and understanding and appreciating that meaning. So the interpretive phenomenological analysis was used. And my colleagues, the findings then pointed to 3 things. The key one was the extent to which school leadership were able to modify government policies and develop alternative approaches in school level and vision. So this is done, was seen in 2 ways, the national curriculum. In vocational education, we offer programs called Botswana Technical Educational Programs. And in that way, they have been tailored only to the context of Botswana. So in that case, then the department does not have no residual task of interpreting external imperatives that are actually coming from outside, because the curriculum is designed by the curriculum development group that is mostly of lecturers. And then we have, with this new public management, which demand decentralization, autonomy, and accountability of educational organizations, we have what you call the Program Advisory Committee. That is the committee from the industry that informs the skills, that informs the knowledge, that informs the behaviors that are supposed to be modeled or that are expecting as the industry from our graduates. And then the other key to the second finding was the capacity to provide learning opportunities, which was seen through hiring of human resources, hiring of special educators with vocational facilitators, and then material resources that were procured for specialized equipment to accommodate the different disabilities in learning. For instance, we have in the hospitality industry, program, we have learners who we have a 3-star hotel inside the college that actually all the equipments were modified to see them. For instance, stoves were modified. The materials that are used for the stoves were in such a way that any child who comes in or a learner comes with problem with fine motor skills can be able to open the stores, and some of them have been lowered down in order for any wheelchair users to use, and that is something that has been able to help the department to actually show good inclusive practices. And then the third one was the institutional context that were designed to accommodate inclusive practices. So modification and accommodation of assessments. You find that in the admission of the students, they come in with an educational psychologist report that could have been 10 years or 5 years down. And sometimes in this area, you find that learners actually overgrow the disabilities and everything. So in terms of the modification and accommodation, then the assessments are modified according to the learner's ability. So if they are higher, then they are tailored down. If they are up, they are more than, that seem to be lesser than the potential of the student, then there is an enrichment. So there is also collaborative teaching between vocational lecturers and special educators. The vocational lecturers come in with the content, vocational content, and the special educators come up with the pedagogies of how to teach the same objective. So, but then what is really disturbing, again, that needs to be taken cognizance of is what we call visioning, because we find that in the department actually is not selling out the idea of an inclusivity, because inclusive education or inclusion actually differs. And in terms of Botswana, we have adopted the dichotomic definition of inclusion, because it comes up from way back from our historical context, which is Botswana is more of a democratic country. So the definitions goes all about around that, whereby we want to give equity to everybody in education. So in that case, people do not actually understand the whole value of inclusion. Then there is need for education leadership, especially in the department, to sell this idea. And then in terms of something that is notable is the lack of emotional and psychological support that is necessary for personnel dealing with learners with disabilities. Because when it comes to disability, especially intellectual disability, one teacher is a ratio is 1 to 10 of the students with intellectual disabilities. There is need to be more encouragement and recognition of such. What is most also disturbing is the need to monitor the efforts. These programs that learners are in here in technical vocational education has been called a pilot program for more than 10 years. They have never been revalidated. There have never been any revision to see if they are actually effective to the learners. And management also are lacking behind in actually addressing this, monitoring the efforts of the program.
Sorry, ma'am. 1 minute remaining.
Okay, thank you. And then there is one thing that is the inability to handle internal disturbances, because there isn't that vision that all the stakeholders are involved in. You find that there are some lecturers who are not ready to really teach and actually refuse, despite that it is their mandate to teach these learners with disabilities. But then educational leadership needs to handle such kind of disturbances in order to see more of the inclusive education practices being prevalent in vocational education and in Botswana. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, I rest my case and thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Jacqueline, for coming in a little bit earlier. Thank you for saving the program, and thank you for a very informative presentation. We will look forward to maybe there are colleagues that would like to actually put some questions to you towards the end. I just want to check, colleagues, if Sophie or Ephraim is already into the program. Sophie was supposed to be on at 11:40, and Ibrahim was supposed to be at 11:50. Any of the two colleagues in? Can you just give me an indication, Sophie? Are you in? Or Ephraim, are you in? Doesn't look like it. So what I will ask if Abdelaziz Zori, Abdelaziz, yes. Are you in?
Yes, I am.
Abdelaziz, I'm going to request you, if you're ready, to maybe continue with your presentation. It seems like the two colleagues that needed to present it earlier do have difficulties. So I'm going to hand over to you with your title, The Role of Research in Amplifying the Voices of the Underprivileged and Enhancing Equity in Morocco. Over to you, colleague.
Thank you. Well, let me first share my PowerPoint. I hope you can see it.
Yeah, it's on. Thank you.
Thank you. So first, just allow me to say that I have changed the title of the presentation to Research and Social Change, Amplifying Quiet Voices. I would like to thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you all for inviting me and for the efforts you're putting into this conference. It's been amazing to be with you. So the questions that have triggered, of course, you see my name, and I'm Abdelaziz Zouri. Right now I'm Fulbright Scholar, and I'm an associate professor at University Hassan I in Morocco, teaching research methodology, and I have a doctorate degree in education. So the questions that triggered my interest in this presentation or this research that I'm going to share with you are as follows. The first question is, what is the role of researchers? Why do we do research? Do researchers have a say in today's world? And how do we train researchers? And how do we build, or do we even build researchers' social and global awareness? Of course, this has been kind of done through a reflexive process, reflecting on my research as a researcher since I started as a master's student, and then writing my dissertation for the doctoral degree, and as a researcher publishing research articles, and as well as a professor teaching research methods. So let's say that this is mainly, it's a reflexive process. It's not just based on what I see, but it's also based on what I observe as a supervisor of the doctoral theses and an examiner of doctoral research. Now, I will use the definition by a great scholar, you all know Michel Foucault, who said that the role or the work of an intellectual is based on probably doing four major things. The first one is re-examine evidence and assumptions, shake up habitual ways of working and thinking and living, dissipate conventional familiarities, and participate in the formation of political will. Of course, all this will lead us towards what we might call, what I can call today researchers' agency. Everybody's talking about teachers' agency. Let's talk about researchers' agency for a minute. And I'm going to use a Hegelian analogy from Hegel. Hegel talks about history and talks about three types of history. He talks about original history, reflexive history, and philosophical history. I want to talk today about descriptive research, reflexive research, and philosophical research. So most of the research I have seen is descriptive, is mainly descriptive. And there is less of reflexive research, and there is much less of philosophical research that raises philosophical questions that are geared towards understanding the world we live in today. Well, I'm not going to elaborate on any of the concepts I'm going to just share with you today, just because we have 10 minutes. So I'll move on, but we can always interact with each other and learn from each other. I'll share with you my email and we can connect. Now, there are generally speaking, there are two different types of research. When we are doing research, we are either doing research for regulation perspectives, or we're doing research for radical change perspectives. So the first type of research is traditional. The second is critical. Most of the research I have examined, and including my own research, I have done what we call an auto-ethnographic study of my doctoral dissertation and my master research paper. Most of it is traditional, so it's geared toward regulating behavior, let's say. trying to just probably teach students how to do things, okay, inform teachers that they have to work on their professional development, and so on and so forth. We'll get into more examples. And the other type of research is critical. It's geared towards radical change, and it has a radical perspective towards unveiling social structures and how they might impact the behavior of people. Now, we can illustrate by using the iceberg model. Someone who is using the traditional research perspective is just looking at the, you know, the visible, let's say, parts of the iceberg. So the visible part of the iceberg would be focusing on events, focusing on behavior, and less focus on patterns of behavior, less focus on system structure, less focus on mental models. We may use the example of leadership or women leadership iceberg. So why less women make it to the top when it comes to different types of organizations? So what are the barriers? A traditional researcher would look at issues like skills, competencies, competitiveness, hard work or laziness, self-efficacy beliefs, motivation, and so on and so forth. A radical change perspective researcher would dig deeper into the iceberg and see what is hidden or what is unknown, or what is known to the experts, but what is unknown to those who have less expertise. So you can see some examples that I've put here, which are education, just raising questions about what type of education do we get, family structure, the socialization process, social injustices, social structures, the mental structures that dictate the norms and beliefs and behavior and so on and so forth. The power dynamics, authority, questioning the bias policies, for example, organizational behavior, not organizational behavior instead of individual behavior. So these are questions that will help us seek radical change instead of just focusing on describing the state of the art. Now, I've done a qualitative thematic analysis of 5 doctoral dissertations and 5 research papers. And the questions that I've raised are, have these studies used a theoretical framework based in critical theory, systems thinking, and complex theory? Do these studies amplify any quiet voices from a social justice perspective? Do these studies provide implications for social change and call for action to deal with different forms of social injustice? Generally speaking, some findings are, there is more emphasis on events, patterns, and behavior. There is less focus on social structures, socio-cultural beliefs and systems. Sometimes there is no theoretical framework, or sometimes there is a use of traditional frameworks instead of using critical theory frameworks and systems thinking frameworks. There is focus on description of the behavior, description of the situation superficially. Sometimes some elements of like institutional structures are described, but researchers do not get deeper into questioning social structures and how they contribute to social injustices. There is lack of evaluation. Sorry
to interrupt. 1 minute remaining.
Okay, yes, I will try to be brief.
Thank you.
There is more highlighting of known unknowns. So just using the metaphor of Donald Rumsfeld. But in research, in the research that I have studied, there is the researchers highlight known and known knowns. Well, we already know, but there is missing of, we miss the unknown knowns. Unknown knowns are what an expert might know, but what others may not know. Or there is less of the unknown unknowns, what is unknown to everyone. Or we want to understand issues further. We need to dig deeper into those social structures and systems to understand the subject we're studying. There is more focus on studying up, there is more focus on studying down rather than studying up. And studying down would be trying to study what is at fault with the individual. So for example, if you're studying students' achievement, you're going to study what is at fault with students, why they are not motivated. But if you're studying up, you're going to study the power dynamics between the teacher and the student, You're going to study the powerhouse, which is the educational system, the curriculum, and so on and so forth, and the philosophy of education and learning as a whole. Now, these are implications from what I have done as research and what I have observed and what I've read in books about doing research, for an implications for curriculum, either for leadership or social sciences or research methods or training researchers. I guess that well, we are not going to just be limited to these, but these are some essential components that should be included and incorporated in any curriculum. And you see the first one is critical theory, systems thinking, complex theory, and mental models. And I guess that if we are asking questions why in research we see less of, let's say, researchers' agency and researchers dealing with social justice and social issues and trying to change or trying to at least push towards change, it's because we don't build this awareness at an early level when we are training students to be researchers. And most of us become aware of these when we, as years go on and as we interact with other researchers around the world, we just try to understand that there is more than what we have been looking at. As I always say, it's not what you look at, it's what you see. So what you see is based on what your mind had. It's your mental model as well. So our mental models as researchers should be questioned. And I want to share with you the definition first of critical thinking or critical theory is it's a social theory oriented toward critiquing and changing society as a whole, in contrast to traditional theory oriented only toward understanding or explaining. And systems thinking is a holistic way to investigate actions that could contribute to a possible outcome. It's a mindset more than a prescribed practice. Now, that's why
Abdulaziz, can you just finish up with your last sentence, please?
I still have one slide. So this means that shows us why it's important to incorporate these in training future researchers. Now, these are some suggested readings that can be incorporated in this curriculum as well. Of course, that you're not going to limit yourself to these, but these are just some of the readings I have myself encountered or come across, and I wanted to share them with you. Thank you very much for your attention, and if you want to connect, these are my emails and my WhatsApp number. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Abdulaziz. Very interesting presentation. I hope that we will get some more questions in our section on questions and answers. I want to check. I think Sophie still has problems with her connection. And I just want to check if Ibrahim Jacob is in already. Ephraim, are you in from Ethiopia? Not yet. So I'm going to check. The last presenter in this session is Emmett Vala-Georges. If Emmett is in already.
Yes, I'm in.
Emmett, may I be rude and ask you to start your presentation for us, please?
Now, I wanted to share my PowerPoint, but I cannot share while the other presenter is still sharing.
Okay, Abdulaziz, yeah, there you are. You can now share, Emmett.
All right.
Well, while he's busy, I just want to say to Emmett that he's from Ethiopia as well. Challenges of inclusive higher education for students with disabilities. A proactive approach towards epistemic access in Ethiopia. Thank you, Emmett.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good afternoon, everyone. As you can see on the PowerPoint, the title is Challenge of Inclusive Higher Education in the context of Ethiopia. One of the reasons why this research was initiated in the first place is the fact that even though there are a number of research conducted on students with disability in the Ethiopian education system, most of them have not fully captured the challenge directly linked to the higher education institutions. Of course, the interpretation of access and inclusiveness in higher education determine the way how we approach the challenge of exclusion of students with disabilities. So it is important to re-examine legislative and policy frameworks which define the nature of intervention as well. Therefore, the aim of the study was to explore the notion of inclusive higher education and epistemic access to students with disability in Ethiopian public universities and re-examine the cause of exclusion, marginalization, and imbalance. Based on the analysis of challenge and interpretation of access and inclusiveness, the research also recommend proactive measures that can be taken by institutions to trigger change and address some of the challenges of students with disability. The study is based on in-depth interview of 25 students with disabilities from 5 public Ethiopian universities. Even though students with disability include those with cognitive, behavioral, or communication impairment, this study focuses only on students with physical impairments. And the study also analyzed legal and policy frameworks for disability in Ethiopia, and based on both interviews and document analysis, it tries to locate and narrate the experience of students with disabilities concerning their epistemic access and cause of exclusion. The data collection for this study was conducted in 2019. Just to give you a little bit of background, many international organizations such as the World Bank and World Health Organization estimated the percentage of disabled people to be between 10% and 15% of the world population. This is the world's largest minority, and 80% of disabled people are estimated to live in the global south. At the moment, there are an estimate about 50 million people with disability, representing 15% of the total population in Ethiopia, according to the World Report on Disability by the World Bank and World Health Organization. Nevertheless, there is no organized national data on the number of students with disability in Ethiopian higher education system. Several literature, however, indicated that despite a slight increase in number in the past decade, the participation rate of disabled students in public universities in the country is still very low. The research relies on the notion of inclusive education and epistemic access as a conceptual framework. Several studies address the notion of inclusive higher education from the perspective of access, questioning who participate, where and how, in the sense of equity, raising issues of enrollment of disadvantaged groups. The concept of access to higher education in its literal meaning implies opportunity to be enrolled in higher education institutions. Nevertheless, this is a shallow interpretation of access, and the study draws moral dimensions of access to higher education, which provides a clear distinction between physical or formal access and access to knowledge base, or what he called it, epistemic access. The notion of inclusive education also reflective of epistemic access, as it mainly focuses on designing an education system that is responsive to the diverse needs of students from all backgrounds. So the study approaches the concept of inclusion in the Ethiopian higher education system from an epistemic access perspective. And the argument is that discussion on access to higher education for disadvantaged groups should go beyond mere physical access and should be conceptualized in a manner that reflects educational outcome and post-enrollment experiences. So what are the challenges that that students with disability face that negatively impact their epistemic access in Ethiopian public universities? The challenge starts with the legislative and policy framework at national and institutional levels. This disability legislative and policy frameworks focus mainly on expanding institutional access and addressing the low enrollment rate of students with disabilities without giving much attention to educational outcomes and post-enrollment experiences. Not only the legislative and policy frameworks, but also the misconception within the social cultural setting of higher education institutions about disability have also been negatively impacting the epistemic access of students. Various interview reports indicate that disability has still been wrongly perceived in many cases as defects within a person which needs to be fixed. This perception immediately positions the individual as others in a sense of being wrong in comparison with the majority. Physical barriers to education service are also hindering access to higher education services for students with disability. While we were conducting the study, we found out lack of elevators in multi-level campus buildings and inaccessible washrooms, classrooms, dormitories, halls, dining rooms, recreational centers, libraries, service delivery units, exits, passageways, and so on. Moreover, students with disabilities still have challenges accessing multimedia facilities, Braille books, ICT infrastructure, interactive computers, mobility aids, hearing aids, cognitive assistance, specialized classroom settings, or laboratory or study facilities. Thus, even though students with disability manage to get into the higher education system, their post-enrollment experience in terms of accessing the knowledge base are characterized by overwhelming challenge. The study highlights possible area of intervention addressing some of the challenge of students with disability in Ethiopian higher education system. And the first one is giving voice to students with disability on university administration, provides them with opportunity to create space and increase visibility so that they can regularly represent themselves within the university administration and leadership. Some public universities have disability service centers, but most of them are not functional. So it is important to reorganize these service centers and equip them to provide consultation, awareness, and information provision services for all. Lack of awareness, knowledge, and sensitivity to disability issue on the part of some instructors, staff, and students can make it difficult for students also with disability to have epistemic access. So creating awareness among higher education communities is essential. Apart from that, enforcing inclusive pedagogy and integrated advocacy approach is also equally important. One of the main challenges of disability studies in Ethiopia is either lack or inadequacy of comprehensive data on the subject matter. So a national registry of organized data and information on disability service are also important to have informed policy intervention and sound strategy to tackle the challenges and barriers of students with disabilities. In conclusion, ensuring an inclusive higher education system for students with disabilities needs to give much attention to educational outcomes and post-enrollment experience. Ethiopian students with disability in higher education are far from accessing the infrastructure of knowledge, which is essential for their academic success. The discussion of access to higher education should interrogate the state of enrollment, retention, and fulfillment of needs during students' stay in universities until graduation and even beyond. The absence of visible support structure for students with disabilities is one of the main challenges of Ethiopian higher education system at the moment. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Emmett, for your very interesting presentation as well. Colleagues, I've heard that Sophie won't be able to connect with us because she do have a problem with the Zoom password at the moment. And Abraham Jacob from Ethiopia as well. So we are actually on time for, with the questions and answers section that will take us up to 10 to 1. But in the meantime, so there will be 4 people available for questions in this session. It will be Emmett, it will be Abdelaziz, it will be Magdalene, and Prof. Tony. So colleagues, you're welcome to put your questions to the panelists. So I'm waiting for questions during the session. Anybody?
Prof. Duplessis.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Naika here. I did see a few questions in the chat, so maybe just scroll on the chat and you can get those questions. Thank you.
Dr. Naika, can you maybe assist quickly one of the questions or 2 questions?
I'll try. Let me scroll.
Professor Pierre.
Yes, Professor Perumal.
Kat had a few comments and questions. So perhaps you could just articulate them so that we could hear them.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, guys, for a really informative session. Loved some of the evolutions in terms of research orientation. So, Abdulaziz, the question that I might pose to you that I already posed in the chat is really related to this change in terms of how we see ourselves as researchers, the kind of research we do, and then also the practice of participatory research, which has really become a much more transformative way in which research is conducted. What is your take on this idea of researching with people rather than on them?
Abdelaziz, just unmute yourself.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. So thank you, Kat, for the question. Thank you all for the feedback. Thank you for the efforts. I said that it starts first with the awareness of the research orientations, what I call research orientations. Those research orientations can be divided into 3. So that is researching up, researching down, and researching within, as you said. Again, your perspective, as you mentioned in the chat box, your perspective is either to accuse someone or accuse a group of people, or your perspective is to understand. If our perspective is to understand and engage in social change, being part, that's why I use the word researcher's agency, being active in bringing social change through research will make us understand social phenomena and will make us contribute to this change. Kat, does this make sense?
Perfect sense. Thank you, Abdulaziz. That was really beautifully answered. Much appreciated. I like the idea of the research up, down, and within as something to also think about, so thank you for that perspective. So my next question is for Mnet around disabilities. And the question here, Mnet, is really related to this idea of mental well-being. not necessarily within the broader categories of the kind of things that we think about with disabilities, but I wondered, what is your take on the prominence of something around mental well-being that is impacting, globally, both at a number of different levels, in the workplace, among students and so forth. Has that featured in some of the work that you were doing around disabilities?
Thank you for that really important question. While we were doing this research, one of the things that we tried to do was actually to find out if there are structured data classifying different kinds of disability. And unfortunately, mental related issues or mental illness are not really very much taken as an important element of disability within the education system in general, and particularly in Ethiopia. Disability-related policies or interventions, both by the government and institution, mainly focus on physical disability, including visual impairment or hearing impairment. And most of this engagement to address some of the challenge related to students with disability focuses on opening up access to these individuals to join higher education institutions. And then the support ends there. And the challenge starts when they engage in different disciplines and try to access knowledge, because they have a special need in a specific context they actually need within the institutions, which are not actually there. So mental illness within higher education institution, or in general in the education sector, it's really a big issue, and researchers are now trying to approach it even in a very separate way to deal with their specific needs beyond the physical needs. So, but within the context of Ethiopian higher education, in our research, we could not really locate how higher education institutions and government actually approach mental illness and address some of the challenges within higher education institution, even in general in education sector.
Thank you very much.
Excuse me.
For your response, can I go to Sabina? Sorry, Abdulaziz, I'll come to you just now. Sabina?
Yes, thank you. Thank you. I have a question for Abdulaziz. Abdulaziz, you talked about, carrying out research, but then this research has to be fed into structures or the system for it to improve. But these things do not happen, or they do not happen easily. What would you suggest to bridge that gap between, research findings, recommendations, and then where it should go, where, policymakers should read, should be aware of those findings, but they are not? What would you recommend? Or do you know of any place where this has happened and, steps have been taken to remedy it?
Yes, I totally agree. I totally agree with you that there is a gap, but let me use the analogy I used for researchers trying to amplify the voices of the quiet. I think that the first voice that should be amplified is the voice of researchers, and this can be only done by researchers themselves. So we as academia, community and researchers, when we get together and we amplify the voices of the researchers and how research should be taken into consideration, because our voices, they are kind of kept within academia spaces, which are either conferences or classrooms or journals research papers published in journals, we may ask the question, who reads your research papers? But of course, now, as we have seen, there is need for researchers to raise their voices. There is much research that has been done on different issues that relates to the complex world we live in today. But in many societies, let's say, not in all societies, there are some societies that care about research and incorporate research in social change. But in most societies, and even in those democratic societies, the voices of researchers is still less heard or not heard at all. Mainly, one reason is that we are doing research in siloed spaces. We are doing research individually. We're not getting together and raising the issues that we need to raise. I invite you to, I'm not sure if you've connected with a number of organizations around the world that are trying to raise the voices of the quiet through research. I will just promote our NPO, national non-profit organization, which is Africa Voices Dialogue. And we have Catalyst, who are doing great work in amplifying the voices of the quiet through research, but in a different, in an innovative and creative way. I would like also to just seize this opportunity of me talking right now, and I want to talk to Mnet. Very good research topic, very good idea raised by Kat. I am doing research now with Florida Atlantic University on comparative study between Morocco and USA, trying to investigate how disability students would probably preferably say disability students and not students with disability. So disability students are integrated emotionally, are supported emotionally, socially, and academically. I've shared with you a webinar we are holding this Thursday around the same issue. So I would like to connect with all of those of you who are interested in the same issue for more international research. And I see this as an opportunity to raise the voices of researchers as well. But this will not happen overnight. You know, it's a complex, again, it's a complex problem that should not be dealt with in a simple way. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Abdelaziz. Colleagues, I've heard that we've connected with Cameroon, so I'm very happy with that. So, Sophie, are you on? Can you hear me? Sophie?
Yes, Prof, I can hear you. Please.
Oh, good. Welcome to our African Roundtable. And if you are ready, I know it's a little bit awkward for you, but if you are ready and you've connected, we will give you the next 10 minutes for your presentation that you've missed at 11:40.
Yes, Prof, I had the difficulty signing in.
But I'm so signed in so that you can take us to the topic socioeconomic implications to access and success of students in higher education in Cameroon. Sophie, if you're ready, you can start.
Prof, 1 minute, please. I'm trying to get to the slide.
You've got 55 seconds.
What is happening?
If it's not happening, just start talking to us, Sophie, if you have really problems that side. Understand your presentation can be made available then later if you can't share it with us.
Can I do that?
So, Sophie, you can start your presentation if you have really problems. Then you can just present to us for the next 10 minutes. Thank you.
Yes, Prof, I think.
Okay, there you are. Thank you very much.
I think you give me some time, please. The next presenter should go on.
No, we
okay,
don't.
Okay, I've seen it.
So you can start.
Trying to open, please. Okay, you were sharing already. I was trying to share the screen. Thank you. All right. Good morning, everyone. I'm doing a presentation on socioeconomic diversity and its implication to access and success of students in higher education in Cameroon. The outline looks at, next slide, please. What socioeconomic diversity is and how the government policy on socioeconomic diversity, how government policy affect this diversity. We look at the indicators and factors of student success, factors that determine student success in higher education, and how government policy on access affects student success in higher education in Cameroon. Next slide, please. Now, socioeconomic diversity, we look at the social status of students, their income level, parents' educational background. Now, students in higher education in Cameroon, especially I work specifically with public universities, because it is open for all. It's not the elitist system where it depends solely on your income background. As such, the university has highly subsidized the admission into the university, highly subsidizes fees that has greatly increased access to higher education from children with diverse background, no matter their social status, income level, parental background. In addition to that, the points admission into higher education requires at least an advanced level, but for public universities, you have points from 2 points to 25 points. But with public university, within these points, even with the least point, which is 2, students can still get access into higher education. This is all policies to increase access. But the question is, how has this policy affect students' success within higher education institutes in Cameroon? Now, access here has 2 major categorizations that look at basic access, which is enrollment, and regular access, which is attendance. Enrollment and attendance, and enabling access, which is infrastructure, materials like didactic materials and other human resources, and school support. That the basic access and enabling access all contribute to the success of students in higher education. But to attain this objective of access with regard to government policy, it is relevant to remove all barriers to quality of higher, all barriers that affects quality of educational opportunities. Now, enhance equity. When you guarantee equity, it is essential, equity is an essential condition for access. Now, it is observed that this policy has guaranteed basic access, but has not guaranteed enabling access. Now, the enabling access will observe that most of these students from low income background cannot feed well. Most of them are irregular in class because of transportation facilities. Most of them drop out from personal experiences, especially at the final level, that they have to do a lot of internship exercises, sponsor their projects. It either delay their graduation or make them to drop out because they cannot finance this. Now, while they have access to education, they don't have the enabling access, the other facilities that will enable them to succeed. As such, you find that students' success at times is not a representative of access. It's not a representative of their, we'll call it intelligence or capability, because of different factors that have affected their learning. We'll see this on the next slide, how government policy has affected this success rate. Now here we just have indicators of student success, which are the grade attained. This is how we evaluate their success, the grade attained, the graduation rate, the rate at which they graduate. We also have repetition and dropout, skills acquisition, which is usually through the practical section that needs more resources, and internship and work placement, and employability. Now, if I go to the last one, which is employability, there are students from whom which may have weak degree, probably not because of their socioeconomic status, but may still find jobs because they are from families with connections who can enable them to have a better job, while those who are from low income background without linked to families with social status have problems acquiring job. As such, their probability of succeeding in the job market is lower than those from high socioeconomic background. As such, this diversity affects their grade average point. GPA means grade average point. Their graduation, the graduation rate of university, skills acquisition of the students, and repetition or dropout. Now, the factors that affect student success is class attendance, which is the regular class attendance, and also not just class attendance, but engagement in the teaching learning process. We found out that most of these public universities, due to government policy to guarantee access, most of the universities are overpopulated, and the trend or the demand for higher education shows no sign of slowing down because of the excess demand. It still requires the government to increase on its production or provision of education by maybe providing more universities or expanding existing universities. Now, this diversity affects students' psychology, because students, the fact that you are not able to have finances for a particular course to carry out a particular activity, it gives you that psychological trauma. And the fact that your friends are going ahead and you are not, you are just there and you don't have hopes for the future, it gives them these psychological problems that, though we have counselors, when we talk with counselors on what these students are going through, realize that they feel so neglected, they feel so not equal to their friends due to this diversity. And after getting entrance into the university, we'll consider it enrollment, students realize that it is not all about gaining admission in the university, but actually you need resources.
Sophie, sorry to interrupt, 1 minute remaining.
Okay, next slide, sorry. Okay, this is the concluding slides. We realize that if you look at this government expenditure on higher education in Cameroon, you realize that from 1990s, when the new policy on higher education came in and they created 6 state universities, expenditure on education is dropping. But if we look at the diagram on the left, we realize that the population is increasing at an exponential rate. If you can see how steep the graph is towards the end. Now, if you look at it, my top left hand, you will see that the infrastructure facilities from 2015 to 18 is not changing. And the capacity for this infrastructure is also there, which is 29,840 students. But if you come down to the graph at the right hand end, from 2015, you will see that the population is 209,000 plus for an infrastructure meant for 29,000 students. So you can see the differences between 29,000 and 209,000. That has led to large classes that has greatly affected quality. As such, only students, most students who succeed are students who have other assistance from their family background. Thank you.
Thank you, Sophie. Colleagues, because of time, and we had a session already on questions, because we are at 10 to 1, which is the time that we need to be finalizing this session. Allow me then to really thank Professor Tony, Sophie, Magdalene,
Yes, Prof, I'm there.
and Emmett to thank you for your presentations this morning and this afternoon. It really was informative. It's really let us think out of the box again with a lot of topics. And maybe while we are going on into the afternoon session and into the lunch session, I just want to leave it with the committee and people, maybe because we've heard so many interesting and really well-researched topics this morning, that maybe it's time that this forum starts to think about an African Journal for Education Leadership, which I think is long overdue, but I will leave it in your midst and hope that you will have a wonderful afternoon session and obviously then continuing into tomorrow. Thank you very much, colleagues. Well done. And I applaud you for well-planned and well-researched presentations this morning. Thank you and goodbye.
Hello, Pierre.
Yes. Yes.
Do you want to maybe try that photo shoot one more time before people
Okay,
go?
we can do that. We can do that, Prof. Perumal. Colleagues, we've tried a photo shoot this morning. What I want you to do is to, all of you on with us now at the moment, just to mute your microphones and then open your video, and then we are going to wave while we are actually on video so that we can take a few photo shots before you go into your lunchtime. Thank you, Professor Perumal. So please, colleagues, open your video and okay, the host stop me. Thank you. There you are. There you are. There I can see from all over Africa. Great stuff. Technical team, you can start doing the shoot. I can see our Dr. Nika's back on as well. Load shedding is not affecting her that side. Well done. You now wave to us, colleagues from all over Africa. I can see the Morocco wave. I can see the Ethiopia one. Well done. Well done. I see the Mauritius one. And thank you, Ms. Mbambu, as well. I can see that big smile coming from you. Great stuff. That's very, very beautiful. Thank you, colleagues. And back to the organizers.
Thank you, Professor Pierre. We're not going to waste any time. I think Professor Cat will take over from here. Professor Cat.
You are muted, Dr. Katz. You're muted.
A wonderful break from all the chat that has been happening in this very intellectual space. Let me welcome Ricardo, a poet who is going to render us with a poetry performance based on gender-based violence. Ricardo, over to you.
Thank you very much. I hope everyone can hear me clearly. Can everyone hear me?
We can hear you, Ricardo. You are breaking up a little bit, but we can hear you.
You want to just check the audio, please?
Awesome. Can you hear me now?
Still cannot hear you and very distorted still. We could give you a moment to sort out your audio. Perhaps, Kat, we can move on to Firdaus and then get back to Tamani at the end. Thank you.
I think, Ricardo, if you mute, I can then introduce Firdaus. Okay, so the next piece is a really amazing performance piece called Memory is a Weapon. And the group that is working with that is under the esteemed leadership of theatre director, producer, writer, and educator, Ms. Firdaus Bulbulia. Firdaus, I'm not going to labor on because we are really excited to see your performance piece. Please go ahead and introduce your piece as well as your people, and then we can put the recording on.
Thank you, Professor Kat. I think we could go directly to show the production, and then in the Q&A we can have the conversation.
In 1957.
You have to start at the beginning, Tech. You have to go back. Thank you.
1957. Winnie Mandela, a 20-year-old social worker from Bizana in the Transkei, meets Nelson Mandela, a young lawyer who is banned and on trial for high treason. 1958. Marries him when he is given 4 days off his banning order and restriction to Johannesburg to return with her to her family home in Bizana for the ceremony. She participates while 5 months pregnant in an anti-past protest and is arrested and detained for 2 weeks. 1959, gives birth to her first daughter, Zinani.
Siyabonga, siyabika, siyacela. Siyabonga, siyabika, siyacela. Makhosi amahle, zizukulwane eziyisithupha. Naphezulu komama nobaba. Nasisiphoso thando sivela kimi. Ngokuzithoba siyanicela namukele. Njengomoya wamandla uniphe ukuphumula okuphelele. Nokuthula nothando noxolo nokuzwana nokukhanya. Ngenani 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 kukhanyeni. Ngenani 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 kukhanyeni. Ngenani kukhanyeni. Ningakhohlwa njalo nami. Ningangikhohlwa njalo nami. Ukungibusisa. Nezizukulwane zami sonke. Makhosi amahle, siyabonga, siyabika, siyacela. Ninabadala siyanibusisa, siyanibonga ngemizamo yenu. Ninabogogo nani makhehla, ngemizamo yenu siyabonga. Halala makehla, halala khululeka ninisebenzile, khululeka nje masimtumise, umdali wethu masimtumise.
Look what took them fish. I did the fish.
Masimtumise. Ngiyabonga khokho wami, uDololo Janet Nongwe, owazala umkhulu wami, uDoko Ncane, Alfred Dalino, Kamandle Mhenqe, washada intombi yakwaMasuku, oziSongo, abaSongo wabokala koMadukumbane, ezalwa uFred Nqolo emasondo mabili, ibhokova nelizishaya itentshi. UQolotha Mango, ongeqiwa ntaba waganwa intombi yaseMabhongoleni, okhuzwayo, oyeyeye, amanguni phela. Ngaze ngiyofika eManzimeleni, nakwaMhlongo, oMakhedama. Hayi ke, angimeke lapho. Ngeke ngimqede nonke. Ngoba nani nikhona boshezi, oSigananda, okhokho bami. Siyanibonga nina enasifundisa ukukhuleka kwama-Afrika. Siyabonga. Siyabika. Siyacela.
On a freezing winter's night, a few hours before dawn on 12 May 1969, security police stormed the Soweto home of Winnie Mandela and detained her in the presence of her 2 young daughters, then aged 8 and 10. Rounded up in a group of other anti-apartheid activists under Section 6 of the Terrorism Act, designed for the security police to hold and interrogate people for as long as they wanted, she was taken away. This was the start for Winnie Mandela of a 491-day period of detention and 2 trials.
Oh my yeah, oh my yeah, oh my yeah, oh my yeah, yeah, yeah. Kashawa lovalo, lovalo, oh, lokuthanda sizwe. Oh my yeah, oh my yeah, oh my yeah, oh my yeah, oh kashawa lovalo, lovalo, oh. They took away my mother, took away my father. I was left alone with these hungry children. Took away my brother, they took my sister. I was all alone with these hungry children. My yeah, my yeah, yeah, whoa, and to what's the Africa.
Psychiatrist. Mrs. Mandela, my assistant and I have come here to find out how we can help you to solve your problems. Would you like to tell us the nature of the additional problems that seem to have disturbed you so much lately?
My problems are solitary confinement, and the political ones do not belong to a psychiatrist's diary. In fact, the person who needs your interview is the one who subjects human beings to solitary confinement for over a year.
Please bear with us, Mrs. Mandela. We are merely here to help you. We understand how you feel. Now, how old are your children? Where are they? And who's looking after them now that you are here?
I gave the ages, told them I do not know the rest of the information as I'm cut off from the outside world. I do not communicate with my family, and therefore I do not know where my children are.
Do you sometimes feel hallucinatory, and have you ever had doubts about your mind or thought of consulting a psychiatrist in your private life, Mrs. Mandela? Do you feel you are chosen by God for the role you are playing amongst your people? The leadership role, do you hear God's voice sometimes telling you to lead your people?
I laughed and did not bother myself by replying to this. I just said I was feeling very amused. I told her, however, that I have a schizophrenic brother, and I happen to know that he suffered from this as a result of our unhappy childhood. That was, however, a family matter I did not wish to discuss any further. I was interrogated enough on why I went to him whilst he was in Sterfontein without permission. I knew that this Dr. Morgan was trying to get to this point, possibly to find out if there were more mental illness or members of our family.
You are quite right, Mrs. Mandela, in feeling the way that you do. I'm very sorry. I have no intention of upsetting you. It's just that you look so depressed and strained. My desire is really just to try to assist you. Now, don't worry about your gross loss of weight. It is natural under the circumstances. I will, however, prescribe an antidepressant for you to help you ease the tension, and we'll see how it goes next week.
Sobheka phina Thixo singabheki kuwe soncedwa ngubani na singancedwa nguwe wadala thina bantu wenza into zonke wamisa nenkululo sikhulule sonke akunanqako kuwe unamandla wonke akunankohla kuwe unolwazi lonke silondoloze bawo ngawo mandla akho sikhanyisele bawo ngokukwazi kwakho. Amen.
July Diary, account number 41770. Not feeling well again, feeling nauseous all the time, starting vomiting after lunch. Reported to Mr. Reutenbach, given treatment, white tablets to take after meals. Continued vomiting even after supper. Account number 2770. Vomiting much worse than yesterday, given more tablets by the newly employed nursing sister. She thinks I'm reacting to too many drugs. I take 12 different drugs a day at the moment. I'm told doctor will see me tomorrow.
ingcwele yehla moya moyo ingcwele yehla moya 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 sibonga umoya moyo ingcwele yehla moya moyo ingcwele yehla moya moyo ingcwele yehla moya 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 sibonga umoya moyo ingcwele yehla moya moyo ingcwele yehla moya moyo ingcwele yehla moya 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 sibonga umoya hey oh hey hey abundance, the ability to do what you need to do when you do it. Abundance, the ability to do what you need to do when you do it. Abundance, the ability to do what you need to do when you do it. Abundance, the ability to do what you need to do when you do it. Oh, 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 moyo ingcwele, yehla moya, moyo ingcwele, yehla moya, moyo ingcwele, yehla moya, 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 sibonga moya, moyo ingcwele, yehla moya, moyo ingcwele, yehla moya, moyo ingcwele, yehla moya, 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 sibonga moya, hey. Oh, hi, hey, hey. Oh, hi, oh, 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 oh,
Letter from Winnie Mandela to Nelson Mandela, 12 November 1969. My darling, it is wonderful to be able to write to you once more. I gather from the numerous messages you endeavored to send to me that you must have spent anxious moments in the last few months of silence. Thank you, my love. I got them all on the day I led my crusade to their last journey into captivity on the 28th of October. Keep well, my love. Tons of love and a million kisses. Yours forever, Zami. Letter from Winnie Mandela to Nelson Mandela, 26 October 1970. Mfowethu. In a way, during the past 2 years, I felt so close to you. It was the first time we were together in similar surroundings for that length of time. Eating what you were eating and sleeping on what you sleep on gave me the psychological satisfaction of being with you. It does not matter if there is such meanness that you can hardly be given cards and telegrams, as you once said in one of your letters, which I do not have with me. Perhaps I'll give you something better one day. How I miss you. Love from all of us, my darling. Forever yours, Nobandla.
Days of the week. Monday. Breakfast. Uncooked porridge, black coffee. Lunch. Porridge, sugar beans, beetroot. Supper. Dry cooked mealies and puza mandla.
Tuesday breakfast. Undercooked porridge and black coffee. Lunch. Porridge and overcooked spinach and fried fish. Supper. Dry cooked mealies and puza mandla.
Wednesday, breakfast, uncooked porridge, black coffee. Lunch, porridge, sugar beans, sometimes overcooked spinach. Supper, dry cooked mealies and puzamandla.
1 chicken leg, 2 apples, 2 oranges, approximately 1 oz of peanuts, and 2 bananas.
1 chicken leg, 2 apples, 2 oranges, approximately an ounce of peanuts, 2 bananas.
1 chicken leg, 2 apples, 2 oranges, approximately 1 ounce peanuts, and 2 bananas.
1 chicken leg, 2 apples, 2 oranges, approximately 1 oz peanuts, and 2 bananas.
2 bananas, 2 oranges, 2 apples, 1 ounce peanuts, and 1 chicken leg.
2 apples, 2 bananas, 2 oranges, approximately 1 oz peanuts, 1 chicken leg.
41 years after her release on 14 September 1970, Greta Soggett, the widow of David Soggett, one of Winnie Mandela's advocates during the 1969 to 1970 trials, handed her a stack of papers that included a journal and notes that she had written in detention.
Ba-da-ba-bum. Ba-ba-da-bum-bum. Ba-da-bum-bum. Ba-ba-da-bum-bum. Oh, how I wish that I could go to Katlehong. Oh, how I wish that I could go to Katlehong. I am feeling so exhausted. I just wanna hang with my man. How I wish that I could go to Katlehong. Oh, is it love, love, love? Is it love that makes me feel this way? Is it love, love, love? Is it love that
491 days. Prisoner number 1323/69 shares with the world Winnie Mandela's moving and compelling journal, as well as some of the letters written between affected parties at the time. Readers gain insight into the brutality she experienced, her depths of despair, as well as her resilience and defiance under extreme pressure.
It's easy to smile whenever I'm in Katlehong. Oh, how I wish that I could go right now for quality time with my man.
(1957), Winnie Mandela, a twin.
Thank you, everybody. I think Professor Kat, I'm handing back to you.
Thank you so much, Firdaus. What an amazing, amazing inclusion in the program. Really, the chat room is buzzing with a lot of compliments for this wonderful, assimilation of music and history and this wonderful poetry that you weave through the entire narrative. A really, really lovely addition to the program. And so thank you very much for allowing us some insight into some snippets of your world and how you're translating some of the work that must happen both in South Africa and in the rest of Africa. I just want to open it up to maybe one question or two questions from the floor. If anybody has any questions for Firdaus, and she can vet some of those questions.
Oh, Professor Kate and to Firdaus
Sadi?
and colleagues, thank you very much. Thank you very much for reminding us of Mama Winnie Mandela, a truly amazing woman indeed. And she was very brave. We grew up watching her and being inspired by her. She truly carried a spirit that was fearless, a spirit of love for the people. And thank you. Keep the spirits high, keep going.
Thank you so much, Sadie, for summing up exactly what probably everybody in the audience is feeling and anticipating right now. And I think you share the sentiments of everybody on board. Firdaus, you and your team, really a very big thank you from our end for this wonderful rendition. I think Dr. Naika has a question. She wants to know the name of the indigenous instrument that came up in the very first part of the video.
Hi, Dr. Naika. The person is Ayanda.
Maybe unmute.
Whoops. No, I'm unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I'll type it.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Firdaus. Wonderful production. And I think we are leaving our poet to the end of the program. So, with that, over to Jacqueline Batchelor, a colleague and a friend who will now take us perhaps into those wonderful spaces of breakout rooms where we'll be able to have some interaction with the audience.
Standing by. He will do his piece very quickly before we move into the breakaway event. But I also just wanted maybe to, if I know we're very conscious of time, but for those, it was quite an interesting compilation because your artists, your performers were pretty much all over the world. Do you want to quickly comment about what was that process like, trying to get everybody together to put the piece together for us? Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. Thanks, Prof. So basically, I'm a theatre director and we would have done this in person. I've started producing several of these Memories of Weapon productions using Mama Winnie Mandela's story as a catalyst and through line. I have just started a PhD at UJ, and I'm looking at performance and performance art and looking at the Fordsburg Women's Group. So as you can see, I'm wearing my United Democratic Front t-shirt as we move into elections and the trauma around who we're going to really vote for. I'm a student activist of the 1980s and was detained. So I was in prison for a period. And so the work that I'm doing now is looking at telling the stories of those unsung heroes, particularly the women from Fordsburg. What's exciting here with this team is Tunokwe and Ayanda, and then Mamtu's daughter Nirvana are one group of performers and artists, and then the others are myself, my daughter, and my sister. So it's almost these two families that have come together in the storytelling space. Ayanda at the moment is in Berlin working on a Kentridge project. Tunokwe is somewhere else. So I basically had to get all of this content online and via WhatsApp. And because I was concerned about us performing in different spaces and that we would have a problem with the internet, I then produced the short film so that we could all view it together. The opening is really Ayanda thanking her ancestors. It's a long piece, but in performance, we would obviously be performing above and over each other. So you get a cacophony of performance, sound, music, dance. And although we're online, I think we managed somehow to create some of that buzz. But usually it's in live, and I'd ask Julia to have apples, 2 oranges, 2 bananas, and a handful of peanuts, which is what we actually do as an interaction with the audience. So we actually, as we're ending, we pass this on so that we're really connecting with the audience. And the book itself is really Mama Winnie Mandela's book, 491 Days, that some of you might be aware of. The text comes out of the book. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Victos. We really appreciate that. It was a really riveting performance, and we thank you for all the effort that you put into it together with your cast. We really appreciate that. So we really would not want to let Ricardo Tamani go. He's got a short piece based on an autobiographical experience. Tamani, if you're available and to come back on, we'd be happy to have you. If not, thanks for sending us the audio clip. We will then play it in place. Hey, Ricardo, it seems as though there's still a lot of distortion coming in from your side, but thank you for sending us the audio clip, and we will actually get Opie to play it for us from here. Thank you very much. Ricardo.
Slaving on a hot coal stove to prepare food for him, she would wait in vain and counting the seconds. After slaving on a hot coal stove to prepare food for him, she would wait in vain and counting the seconds as the clock ticked, tocked, ticked, tocked, ticked, talked towards another day, and he, guzzling a few, and in seconds you would be in a state of intoxication, possessed by the liquefying demons, and doors like in the wild, wild west, flicks would flung open, and soon she would become his target. And like an African drum, he beat her. He pounded her rhythmlessly over and over and over and over and over and over and over again, until her skin broke out into a bloody spill, tears eroding her cheeks, followed by orgasmic screams and shrills. And every day she'd wake up to hide from flying pots and chairs, followed by consecutive fists, blow after blow after blow after blow after blow after blow. She rolled with the blows until he broke her jaws. And every day she'd wake up to blame herself. Maybe I should have put more food on the table, and maybe I should have listened more when this would not be happening. From teary eyes to red eyes to blue eyes to black eyes to no more vision in her eyes. Now she slowly washed as the soul of her husband slowly died, and she cried with her mind, and she cried with her body, and she cried with her mind, body and soul. She cried with her mind, body and soul. And the kids, all four of them, would huddle up in the bedroom with palms shielded to their face, and the oldest, he was 11, he would try to intervene, but he'd get shot, Tula! With his face pressed against the wall. And the neighbors would call in their kids, shut their doors, close their windows, and pull down their window curtains, and become magnified in front of the TV as immune to the painful screams for help. And the kids every day would ask, Mommy, why doesn't Daddy laugh no more? Remember, you used to put us in his lap and tell us stories, and sometimes it brought us chocolate that crumbled, and Mommy, what happened? And she'll tell him it's going to be okay, and it's going to be fine, and it's going to be all right. Through thick and thin, through sickness and health, until death do us part, she kept the part of the deal until one morning she did not wake up and the sun did not shine, and the neighbors came dressed in black to pay the last respects. And I overheard them say, Achashane. But Achashane was all they could say. Achashane was all they could say.
That was wonderful, wonderful. I hope you can see my hands clapping there for you, Ricardo. Really beautiful rendition, and thank you so much for sharing that with us. And Henry Frieson says riveting. So some really good, comments on the commentary box about a very personal experience that you have just shared with us. I think it was in India that they had started a thing called Bell Bajao, which translates into ring the bell, a kind of a movement in which if you heard violence happening in a home, all that you were asked to do is to go and ring the doorbell just to interrupt what might be happening in there. So again, a reminder that we are surrounded by the kind of violence that needs interruption. So thank you so much for bringing that into our space. Again, a lot of commentary that really, appreciates your poetry, Ricardo. Thank you all. I think we are ready for the next session, Juliet.
Yes, thank you, Kat, for hosting a really wonderful afternoon event. I know it's kind of like filled with a bit of hurt and pain from all of these experiences that women from Winnie Mandela to Ricardo's mom have had to endure. But I thought it was important for us to pay homage to, especially the morning session that specifically had surfaced a lot of gender-related issues. So thank you, Ricardo, and thank you, Firdaus, and thank you, Kat. We're not going to waste much time. I've invited a dear friend and colleague of mine, Professor Jacqueline Batchelor, to engage us in some interactive activities. So I'm going to hand over directly to Jacqueline. Jacqueline, thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you very much for this invitation. I just note in the interest of time that we've reduced the activity from 20 minutes to 10 minutes. So I think we all need to just be a little bit more focused and hoping that the technology will play with us. The activity that we designed, and I'm approaching this as a dual purpose.
Can you put me off? Jacqueline, can you unmute yourself, please, Jacqueline?
Oh, thank you very much. I think somebody muted me in the background. So let me just quickly take you through the activity that we planned for today. This is a dual purpose type of activity. So we're going to show you the back end of the activity, how we designed it, but then also invite you to participate and share your ideas with us. So in the chat, I've posted two things. I've posted a link to an activity, and I'm going to share my screen whilst you are all trying to access let me just share that screen. Let me just see, oh, this is the wrong screen that I'm actually sharing. Maybe I should just make sure that I've got the right one going here. Oh no, it keeps going to the wrong screen. Let me just give me 2 seconds, please. I think this is the one that I actually want to share. Oh, good grief, no, it keeps going to the wrong one. If I can just get an indication of what you are viewing on your side. Juliet?
Yes. Jacqueline, we now see your virtual background.
Okay, so let me just try that again. I'm going to share screen 2. So let me just...
now we see. Yes, we see what do you call that, like a QR code.
Oh, fantastic. So we are viewing the right screen. Sorry, I've got multiple screens in front of me, so it's difficult to actually navigate what we are seeing. So what I want us to take us through is an exercise just to determine, our thoughts that we want to capture, as well as some of the ideas that are generated from the discussions this morning, but also going into this afternoon session. So what I shared with you is a QR code, but also, so you can use a cell phone or anything like that to scan that QR code, and then you can actually access this type of activity. So what we're looking at is we want to generate some ideas from a collective point of view of the emerging issues that you can identify that come from the cultural politics space. Those that emerge from the schooling space, higher education space, recruitment and employment. So what we're asking you to do is to actually think of a few of those issues and then to just post it using the link in and that will then generate a word cloud for us on our side. You can enter multiple entries, up to 5 entries per participant, And you are more than welcome to actually reuse or some of the ideas that someone else has shared. You can pick up on it and amplify that through the word cloud. And that would mean that those words that are frequently used will then increase in font size, and that will give us an idea of how heavily weighted these emerging issues are. So I'm going to allow you to spend a few moments in here. I can see there are 3 people in the room already. And if I can invite the rest of you just to start populating and sharing your ideas so that we can get some traction going. And then what we will do is that we will then have a look at it, and we will compile a ranking list, or a list that we will then ask you to rank to determine what are the most important issues that we need to pay some attention to. So I can ask you, I see there's 4 people in the room, and I can see some of these ideas are starting to pop up. Let's just see how this evolves. It's actually so interesting to see how these how the word cloud changes and how dynamic it is. Juliet, from your side, can you see the word cloud actually forming?
Yes, we can, Jacqueline.
Oh, that's lovely. So we can see things such as leadership mentoring, shared leadership, systemic problems, future fit leadership. And sometimes these words.
Jacqueline, I was wondering whether you would like to repeat those instructions. I get the sense that some people may not have followed what they were expected.
Oh, sure.
Maybe you can refer them to the link in the chat box, as well as
Sure.
the code that they need to click on the link and then copy the code when they get to the Mentimeter screen. Okay.
Absolutely. So what we can do is, in the chat box of the Zoom screen on the side, I entered the link that you can use. You can actually just click on the link, and then you can copy the code and paste that in the spot that is required. And that allows you entry into the Mentimeter space, where you can then add some of your main ideas as requested. You can add multiple ideas, actually, and that will then generate the word cloud that you are seeing in front of you now. For those that don't have access to, but you all are connected, so you shouldn't really have a problem, but it just takes a while to navigate from one space to the other space. So I think it is picking up now. People are getting into the room. We already have 13 people, 14. It's now ticking up quite quickly. And as people log in and gain access, I think then that will give us an idea of how robust this word cloud is going to develop. Again, for those that don't have access to the chat, maybe I can just read to you the website. It's www.menti.com, www.menti.com. And then the code to enter is 81620171. And we can let this word cloud actually run in the background, Juliet, even if we need to go to the next item on the program, because I do note we have 2 minutes left. And the word cloud is evolving quite beautifully. We can pick up some of the phrases now already that are starting to increase in font size: gender, agency, insecurity is one of them. You can also make use of multiple phrases. In other words, you can say increased level of insecurity, or something that qualifies maybe gender bias, lack of agency, or increased agency, depending on if you want to put a qualifier in front of the word. So you don't need to only use one word. You can use, for instance, up to 3, 4 words. And sometimes phrases are quite powerful as well. There's quite a number, is the increased number of people that are now participating. And see, that's 24, that's about half, 25, that's about half of the participants that is in the room itself. Principal stress and well-being, I'm assuming it is, and well-being. Inclusion, absenteeism. And just to remind you, we're looking at those 3 dimensions: school, higher education, recruitment, and employment. I don't see much in the workload about recruitment and employment, unless, and Juliet, maybe you and Kat will be able to speak to that, but maybe we can identify some of these that are common to all 3 of these areas. Juliet and Kat, I'm conscious of time, and I want to make sure that we don't hold the program up going forward. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep the word cloud running in the background, because people will have access to it. And if we can then maybe move to the next item on the program. Juliet?
Jacqueline, I think we could actually take a few minutes more, because I think it took a while for people to get into the activity. And now that they've come on board and they understand what needs to be done, we can just take a few extra minutes, and we're okay with that. Thank you.
Okay, so thanks, Juliet. We don't want to disrupt the program completely. And I do see there are now 36 people in the room. There was a total of 56, I think, when we started the activity. So that would mean almost 3/4 of the people have gained access. Just to repeat the instructions for those that might have missed it or might have stepped away for a moment to take a short break. So you could use, just check in the chat. I've posted the link in the chat and the code as well to gain access to the word cloud. And then what you're asked to do is just to respond to that question or the statement to identify the main emerging issues that confront us at the moment. And I can see that the word cloud is actually forming quite nicely. Issues such as partnerships, leadership mentoring, inclusion, equity, and the font size is actually indication of the frequency of use of what is contributed in this space. And as it evolves, what I would suggest that you do is take a photograph of the word cloud, because these are the type of issues that are now emerging from the participants in this cohort. And this might be interesting discussion points going forward. Okay, we've got 43 in the room, so it's most people that have gained access. Juliet?
Yes, Jacqueline, we can move on to the next activity. I think we've generated enough words for the word cloud.
Juliet, I'm actually wondering if we shouldn't just pause it here. We don't actually need to move on to the ranking. I'm just conscious of the program and managing expectations in terms of keeping to time. We can always continue this activity tomorrow in the ranking, although if people would like to rank, then we can do so quickly. But my suggestion is maybe to hold that over for tomorrow. Maybe people can just check that their mics are muted. Oh, 51, almost everybody is in the room now. Juliet, just to touch base quickly.
Yes.
Do you, I just want to check with you quickly in terms of.
The team thinks that we should proceed to the next activity, concluded. And also, if we could please ask Constance to mute herself, we'd appreciate that. Thank you.
All right. So what we can do now is I just want to quickly get out of this. Okay, we're going to rank these items quickly. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to add what I noted. I'm just going to add some items here, and I'm picking the ones that were of the increased font. And I'm just going to add it quickly here. Equality came up. Agency. Juliet, please add or tell me what else to add. Gender was one of those that were quite bold. We can add another item. What was that one? Leadership mentoring, hey? And I think that would suffice. All right. And I can't spell induction. All right, that was another word that was quite. And so what I'm going to do now, I've just added some of those words that were in bold, that were really of increased size. These are the ones that I just made a note of quickly as we moved from the word cloud into this space. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to present this, and I'm going to ask you to rank these of the most important ones, or the ones that have the highest visibility, or the ones that you think we need to pay the most attention to in our discussions. So I'm going to ask you to quickly then rank these according to most important to least important. So let's just see if you can get in there. Juliet, just let me know if people can gain access. I cannot see anybody in there in the ranking space at the moment.
Yes, yes, they are, Jacqueline.
Okay.
But you can reload the same page.
Ah, there we go. Now it's running. Okay, we see the first person has voted already. Place the agency at the top. Let's see the rest of the people, if they can get in and give us an indication of how this will pan out. And you should be able to see the bars move as people are voting and ranking. You can see how it moves up and down. And this will give us an indication of really where our focus should be. If you're on a phone, then you might just have to scroll through the ranking list. It's actually a revolving little bar that you can scroll through, and then you can just pick them. And once you've picked an item, then it'll remove it from the list of possible choices. And I think these terms actually cover all three of those areas, Juliet. The schooling, higher education, as well as recruitment and employment.
Yes, that's true, Jacqueline.
Yeah, we're in a dead end race here with four of the top ones that are coming out. Let's see, as more people enter into the space, what that will look like in the end.
Jacqueline, the team thinks that people can continue with the exercise in the background, and we could just officially close off our session and move on to the next session here, session 3. But I think it's a lovely exercise, and we thank you for sharing your time with us and helping us through this exercise.
No problem, Juliet. What I will do is, if people can continue voting.
Later on during the rapporteur session, Professor Ponsa Morosi will also have a look at this and comment, I suppose.
Fantastic. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Jacqueline.
Thank you, everybody.
All right.
I'm going to stop sharing my screen. Thank you, and good luck to the rest of the sessions.
Thank you, Jacqueline. I will get Clive to come on in. Dr. Clive Smith, our colleague coming to you from Cape Town today.
I'm here.
Clive, you can go ahead, Clive. We see you. We just need to hear you now.
Okay. Can I start the session?
Yes, please go ahead, Clive. Thank you.
Okay. Good day, everyone. I'm Clive Smith in Cape Town, looking out over the sea. And I see today we have a Cape to Cairo session. We have folk from Tunisia and Egypt participating in this session. Welcome to session 3. This is on cultural politics, recruitment, and employment. Before I introduce the keynote speaker to you, can I perhaps just very quickly check if our 4 presenters are already present? First one, and forgive me if I'm mispronouncing names, Chioti from Egypt. Are you with us? And then Dumisani from Malawi. Lobna from Tunisia.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, thanks, Lobna. Welcome.
Thank you.
And finally, Maitsio from Botswana. Right, perhaps these other folk will join us in the course of the session.
I'm here, Clive.
Who is that?
Botswana.
Botswana, okay, thanks, Maitsio. All right, then let me introduce you to our keynote speaker, who is Professor Henry Friesen from the University of Florida. Henry is a professor of education at the University of Florida. His PhD is in educational psychology from Michigan State University. And most recently, he served for 14 years as Associate Vice President and Dean of the Graduate School. Dr. Friesen was the founding director of the Research Education Support Program, a large initiative to provide undergraduate Black and Brown students support to engage in research and provide funding for PhD students to complete their research and dissertations. As American Education Research Association Fellow, he has a national reputation for advancing educational opportunities for Black and Brown students. Henry, you're very welcome, and we look forward to what you have to share with us in the next 15 minutes. I'm going to have a glass that I'll tinkle when you've got about 3 minutes to go. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Smith. I'm assuming that you all can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you clearly. Thank you.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you, sir. Do a shared screen. It's interesting. That. Okay, can you see the slides?
Yes, that's
okay.
Very visible.
All right, thank you. So greetings to my colleagues, and I would much rather be with you in person rather than virtually. And of course, I'd much rather see your faces as well. And so let me start by saying this will be a rather frank address because I see the focus of the African Leadership Roundtable as so critical and tied to our crucial role as education leaders in advancing diversity.
Do you mind if I interrupt for a moment? We can't see your slides. Do you want to reload it?
Okay, well, let me see. Oh, okay. Thank you, Juliet.
Thank you. We see it
I don't know
now.
what I would do without you.
And I've asked that question many times about you as well.
Okay, so great. That's that's wonderful. So going back, I just want to point out how crucial this leadership roundtable is, and also the role of educational leaders such as yourself in advancing diversity and inclusion, which may in time lead to social justice. My original title was Diversity May Be Important, but Inclusion is even more so. And this will still be the core theme of my talk. Now, a bit about me. I'm in my 48th year as a professor, and I've spent some time as an academic administrator as well. So with my longevity, I can afford to be frank. You must also take my perspective into account, as I am a member of the African diaspora based in the United States and all the caste-based history that comes with it. That goes with the fact that I am from a group of people where social justice has yet to be fully experienced, if at all. So in addition to research and teaching, I've spent my entire career developing and running programs designed to benefit students who are from racially and ethnically underrepresented and marginalized groups. My professional goal has been to help those students gain positions and status where it would be difficult for them to be fully marginalized again, because they would be people with doctoral and professional degrees, and of course, professional careers. Many have gained or will gain status levels where they're in positions to provide opportunities for others. Further, these individuals are now in positions to make invaluable contributions to society, contributions that may have never existed had not access to opportunities been available to them. Accordingly, I am going to share my social and a bit of my political perspective as it relates to diversity, equity, and inclusion in education, and more specifically, higher education. So before moving forward, I want to use the slides to share my basic understanding of the key terms in the roundtable title when I refer to social justice, diversity, inclusion, and equity, as well as equality. Social justice is a key term of the roundtable, as I mentioned. Social justice is a goal socially conscious education leaders should passionately promote, because it is far more than a two-word concept. It requires commitment to make social justice a reality. For it can also go against the political climate where a social justice movement might be viewed as a threat to the status quo. So as I mentioned, it's more than just a two-term concept. Education leaders committed to social justice must play pivotal roles in advancing diversity and inclusion because those two concepts are critical parts of the social justice framework. Thus, if the commitment to social justice is there, we have no choice but to embrace inclusion if we are indeed true to our commitment. So we typically start with diversity. Which is a straightforward definition here. And then we have the Oxford Dictionary definition. So regarding the theme of this roundtable, the future of equity, inclusion, and diversity, implications for education, leadership, and social justice. From a realistic standpoint, the most important element is actually inclusion. Inclusion provides equal access to opportunities and resources. It just doesn't mean joining together. It's much more in depth than that. It allows individuals to be engaged and valued and supported by focusing on individual needs to ensure conditions are in place to bring about the full potential. A positive environmental culture is critical in advancing diversity. As I said, it's not just bringing people together. So diversity means a little if numbers are the primary aim and inclusion is absent. Unfortunately, we often see this. Though there may be increased diversity, if there's no evidence of inclusion, diverse settings quickly change and resort to the previous non-diversified state. With inclusion, marginalized individuals have a greater chance of getting in the door and gaining access to the table. The grooming and preparatory advantages that individuals may receive through inclusion can have significant effects in producing more highly contributing individuals. Over time, diversity and inclusion may even lead to equality and even equity, which would really unleash the potential of a broader range of individuals who could become human resources and eventually human capital to that society or country. In the United States, we constantly hear or read about the concepts equity, inclusion, and diversity as relates to social justice within the context of society and education. Those three concepts engender much discussion, goal settings, and so forth, particularly when they are in reference to ethnicity, gender, race, or class, and social status. You hear the three mentioned together and in tandem so much they often go together like peas in a pod. In many instances, if you discuss one, invariably the other two will surface as topics too. Diversity, inclusion, and equity continue to be the subjects of countless committees, commissions, task force, meetings, conferences, symposia, and so forth. The reality is, if you look at the outcomes, rarely is the topic or concept of equity addressed in any serious manner. And if it is, nothing comes of it. And in addition, there's another P in the pod deserving mentioning, and that is equality. Now, equality means each person or group of people are given the same resources or opportunities. Okay? Equity, on the other hand, just using the basic definition, is about giving people what they need to make things fair, and that means giving more to those who need it. Let me repeat. Equity is about giving people what they need to make things fair, and that means giving more to those who need it. Okay. Equity is not the same as equality. Equality means giving people the same resources or opportunities, even if they had or had not been provided to those individuals previously. So hypothetically, all will receive those same resources or opportunities regardless of their situation. And if they were disadvantaged or quite advantaged, it wouldn't matter. So again, to reiterate, as you see, equality and equity are distinctly different. Equity, however, has far more gravitas than equality. Equity is about focusing on providing access to resources and opportunities to those whose initial access was limited or non-existent. Thus, to help them get to the same level as the more privileged. Okay. Now, here's the sticky part. Under equity, power and high status becomes a possibility. However, those with power and high status are often not eager to allow those less privileged to have equitable access without a mighty struggle. As it is in many high status and high power positions, those in such positions do not want true equality to exist, let alone equity. Those on top tend to do everything possible to stay there, even if it might be detrimental to their society. So the question is that human nature? I don't know if it's a rhetorical question. If it is, let's hope it is not one that is so common. Diversity is relatively easy. Because it is more of a stopgap effort, but inclusion is more important and difficult to provide widely. So I'm going back to the notion of inclusion. Inclusion is more closely related to equality because inclusion refers to being equally involved or engaged and having full access to educational experiences and opportunities or within professional settings. In the context of social justice, diversity and inclusion is a given. True inclusion is reliant on an accepting culture. False acceptance does not engender inclusion. Individuals from marginalized groups often can easily detect false acceptance. So inclusion has to be from the heart. It has to be something that is real as opposed to mandated for whatever reasons. So to reiterate, to promote social justice, diversity is critical, but it must be accompanied by inclusion. Without inclusion, little will be accomplished and social justice will never be realized. You may have diversity, but you will also have groups of alienated individuals who still feel marginalized within the full scheme if inclusion is not involved. In societies where inclusive education is not provided to diverse groups, then any goal towards social justice is essentially nullified. And no matter how advanced that society is, it is still hobbled because it failed to provide opportunities for all its citizens to advance, and thus it squandered portions of its human resources. The education is so critical because it should provide for the common will of a society or country. Education can advance both individuals and the society in which they live. Education is strength too, because it affords individuals broader options and opportunities. For society to truly advance and fully gain from its potential human resources, diversity and inclusion must be part of the scheme. If not, the hope for social justice and diminishes. And equity itself is not even a glimmer. For equity to occur, a society or country must truly want it to happen, because resources must be provided to diminish the existing gaps. And that itself would be a timely process. Education leaders committed to advancing diversity and inclusion can play key roles in moving toward eventual social justice. Leaders are instrumental in opening opportunities unavailable to those who previously had little or no experience in diverse and inclusive settings and were marginalized as well. In turn, with access to opportunities, those same individuals can make substantial contributions to their societies and benefit many. This falls in the category of allowing human resources to be nurtured and flourish, so that those individuals can not only be human resources, but human capital to add to the common will of the society or the country. And that, my friends, should be a key role of education leaders. I should add as well, my research colleagues should studiously and address questions regarding the broad effects of diversity and inclusion, upon which knowledge can be further built. So with that, I thank you for your attention. And I sincerely thank Dr. Julia Paramore for inviting me to speak to you today.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Henry. We really appreciate your input. Indeed, diversity is empty and meaningless without inclusion. So that means for us, we need to continue to interrogate what would it mean for inclusion in every context. And as we know, we've got multiple contexts. Colleagues, on that note, I just need to report that Clive Smith is on load shedding, so I will be taking over this session. And our next speaker is, or presenter is Sioti Kapono from Egypt. He also has internet problems, so we hope that for the next 10 minutes, everything will hold up for him.
I hope so too. Can you hear me?
How are you doing over there? You can take over when you're ready.
All right. Can you hear me and can you see my screen right now?
How are you doing over there?
Good. Can you hear me and can you see my screen right now? Yes? No? Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, we can hear you.
All right. Is the line clear enough? Am I coming in good time?
Very clear. Thank you. Go ahead.
All right. So I'm really honored to be here and talk about this. I'll give you only a very little bit about me. My name's Kapono Siati. I'm the director of the American International School here in Cairo, Egypt. I'm originally from Honolulu, Hawaii, and come from an Italian father and a native Hawaiian and Japanese mother. My wife is from Senegal in West Africa. Our youngest son has learning disabilities that come from Down syndrome. And diversity, equity, and inclusion is extremely important to me. Personally, I come from it from the standpoint of an indigenous native Hawaiian and all the issues that are my personal issues. But educationally, I've spent 18 years now as faculty for the National Association of Independent Schools in training educators in issues of diversity, equity, and inclusion. I'm gonna keep this as quick as possible today, and I'm gonna make some points, and I'm gonna share with you way more in a written format than the points I'm gonna make. The point I'm gonna make starts from a story. So I'm gonna start with a very quick story. When I took this post at the American International School, it was my first leadership post in an international school. I've led schools in the United States before, I've worked internationally before, but this was the first time I was the director, the head of school of a large international school. And what comes with being the head of a school, of a large international school, is that you are the head of recruiting. And one of the issues that I had no clue was so closely tied to diversity, equity, inclusion was recruiting in international schools. Obviously, working in schools in the United States, we are very aware of diversity, equity, inclusion, justice. Issues like affirmative action, like hiring quotas are top in mind when you become an administrator and you need to think about hiring and hiring practices. When you're an administrator in the United States, you really do need to be an expert on human resources law, and hiring law. Beyond that, if you want to be a good administrator, you also need to know about diversity, equity, inclusion to make sure that you have the best people hired in the field. Coming into this arena, I was shocked the first time that I was approached by a recruiter. And I was approached by a recruiter to let me know that their recruiting platform would allow me to filter potential teachers by marital status, if they were single or married, if they had 0, 1, 2, or 3 kids, their passport of origin, their picture was dead center on their profile, along with their name, along with the names of the universities they graduated from. If you've done this work, if you're entering into this work, you know that these are not indicators of quality, and these are not ways that we get over our human fallacy of implicit bias. Implicit bias is part of us being human beings. And so I went on this quest to try to help and shed some light on the problems of recruiting and how a lens of diversity, equity, inclusion, specifically looking at implicit bias, stereotype threat, and racial anxiety can help us do this. I'm going to make the point of the 3 things I think we need to look at. I'm going to name for you a few strategies that I think can get over this, but I'm not going to go into depth on them having just 10 minutes, just so you know. This is a primer. 3 areas of concern and 3 strategies are my objective for today. When I train people in this world, I want them to know diversity, equity, inclusion is important, and I want them to know these 3 things that we need to know about: implicit bias, racial anxiety, and stereotype threat. I want them to know that there's ways to get over these 3 hurdles as well in the areas of recruiting. I start by asking people to introduce themselves. And these bullets on the bottom are ways that we typically introduce ourselves. And a question I ask recruiters is, which one of these would you be explicit about? And which would you not share purposefully, explicitly hide? And which would be implicitly known? Are we okay with the connection? Okay. Which one of these would be implicitly known just by seeing me or hearing me? When I do that, I ask them, so recruiters, administrators, why is DEI work important in international recruiting? And I would say this is what I tell to them. We want to lead the market. We want to do what's right. We want to make sure that we have the best people in the field. And we don't do that if we're being biased. There are things out there that can help us. There's tools. There's identity blind recruiting. And this is something that I want to make sure that you all have on your radar. There's studies out there that have shown the statistical quality increases when we do identity blind recruiting, when we do the initial interaction with people without knowing their name, without knowing their gender, without knowing the names of the universities they graduated from. I know that's hard for us to grasp when we're in higher education right now, when we don't know anything about their race or ethnicity, and that initial interaction with them must be around quality indicators. Now, of course, at some point in the recruiting process, We need to know how we can, other quality indicators. We need to actually interview people, know them by name. But if you've read Malcolm Gladwell's book, Talking to Strangers, he actually proposes that we should get rid of the interview altogether. And that's a really great book, Talking to Strangers by Malcolm Gladwell, that reinforces through multiple studies the need to do identity blind recruiting. So imagine now I'm still talking to recruiters out there. I'm talking to recruiting companies and people who are doing recruiters. I want them to focus on three things: implicit bias, racial anxiety, and stereotype threat. These are three conditions of the humans that we really need to understand. In 10 minutes, we're not going to go through all of them, but I'm going to give you a couple pointers on these. The way we think, talk, and act around issues of diversity is woefully incomplete and inadequate. Therefore, we need to dig into them. There's tons of resources on implicit bias. Implicit bias, this is how you sum it up. The brain can process 11 million bits of information every second, but our conscious mind can only handle 40 to 50 bits of that information every second. The filtering that we do to go from 11 bits coming into our subconscious mind to processing 11 million to 40 to 50, that's a huge amount of filtering. There's good going on there and bad. This, if you look at it for a second, and I'm just going to pause for about 10 seconds and try to read it for me. Just read the first two lines. This mental shortcut activity is well known in psychology. And the idea that our brain makes shortcuts to help us is the positive of implicit bias. We are hardwired to be biased and to take shortcuts in our brain. And there are positives, and there are also very, very clear negatives. This Stroop effect is one of the ways that we can see in ourselves implicit bias. I'd really encourage you guys at the end of this to go and watch some videos of the Stroop effect. But this is one of those tools that I train recruiters as well as recruiting agencies on. We need to we need to combat implicit bias. We are hardwired to make mental shortcuts. It's not our fault. Sometimes it helps, sometimes it doesn't. We can do something about it. Implicit bias is a true barrier to great recruiting and to creating the organizations that we really want. There's tons of studies and anecdotes. I'll share this with you. But there's a lot of data out there to support this. Two other things out there that I want to point out before I quickly tell you about what I would propose as solutions to implicit bias are racial anxiety and stereotype threat. Racial anxiety is a worry or concern that people have about or during interracial relations. There's tons of other anxieties as well. Besides racial anxiety, there's psychological conditions of class anxiety, but racial anxiety is very well studied. When everyone in a conversation is anxious that it will turn negative, it often does. This causes the kind of feedback loop where fears and anxieties of both white people and people of color, in this example of white and people of color, are confirmed in their everyday interactions. Stereotype threat is slightly different. It's concern about confirming negative stereotypes about a group. Stereotype threat is like a self-fulfilling prophecy. When we worry that our behavior may confirm stereotypes about a group we belong to, our attention splits between the task at hand and our anxieties, causing us to behave in the ways that confirm the various stereotypes that are the root of our anxieties. These are very similar mental conditions. And these two conditions are actually the root of a lot of what we see in police shootings in the United States. Obviously, a lot of that's implicit bias. But I've worked with people who've done significant research in police shootings of Black and brown people in the United States. And while we can point a lot of it to implicit bias, a lot of it to overt racism, much of the underlying thing is actually racial anxiety. There's very clear studies that have shown that police are well trained to shoot more slowly than non-trained people, but it is their anxiety that is actually causing them to make as many mistakes as they do.
Yeah. Kapono?
Yes.
1 more minute to go. 1 more minute to go.
Yep, I got it. Thank you. What I want to do here is I'm going to share this all with you. Those are the three things that I really feel need to be addressed in international recruiting in order to have a diverse, equitable, inclusive international recruiting scene that impacts all of our lives, our students' lives, us as employees, definitely out there. There's tons of resources on this, but I want to just point out to you 3 strategies that we know work. Opportunities for intergroup contact is a strategy that we know works. There's tons of research on this. It's changing us and them to we. Very well researched strategies on that. Strategy number 2, stereotype replacement. This is a strategy that we also know through research works. And there's tons of things out there that you can see. Society of Neuroscience has a great article on it. And the final strategy, before I make my very last closing statement, is improved decision-making. And this is the one I want to reinforce here, slowing down the decision-making process in order to combat specifically implicit bias, but also the anxiety that comes with interracial, intercultural, interclass, interreligious interactions is a proven strategy that has tons of research. I embedded here a Harvard Business Review article. This whole slide deck has a lot of different resources that I hope you can link into. But what I want to just tell you right now that the issues of diversity, equity, inclusion play out very clearly in international recruiting. It impacts the lives of our students. It impacts the lives of us as employees. Implicit bias, stereotype threat, and racial anxiety are 3 key syndromes that cause those things. They don't have to stop us from creating a diverse, equitable, inclusive world. We have strategies that we know are there. And I will share this with you so you can access those strategies. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kapono. We really appreciate your perspective and illuminating something that we never really talk about. And indeed, it is true that we need to be explicit about who we recruit, because at the end of the day, they are the people that are going to enact and ensure that the change is real and authentic in addressing the social injustices that are out there. Thank you very much, colleagues. Our next speaker is Dumisani Nkonjera. He's from Malawi, and the topic is skills development in Malawian education, a missed opportunity. Dumisani, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you very clearly. Thank you. Go ahead.
All right. Let me just share my screen before I proceed. Are you able to see my screen? Hello?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes, yes, we can see
Are
your
you able
screen.
to see
Thank
my
you.
screen?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Sorry, this is the wrong. So a bit about myself. I'm Dumisani Nkonjera, as the name suggests. I work in the civil society area. I'm currently working with Age Africa, where our work is primarily based on girls education, making sure that the girls are getting the right education. But today I'll be presenting on skills development. It's an area which I'm quite interested in, because I think we are leaving out a lot of children, a lot of learners, because we are not well organized in terms of, as education leaders, we are not well organized in developing the skills that these children who are not able to get the other type of education can be able to use in the world. So introduction. Okay, so the World Health Organization estimates that around 1 billion people in the world are living with some sort of disability. And out of these 1 billion plus people, 93 million of them are children who are living with some sort of disability, whether severe or moderate. But now the staggering issue is that out of these 93 million, about 80 to 95% of these come from the middle income countries like Malawi and the other countries. And in these areas, these are the areas where the issues of education access and quality and everything else are really at a high in their situation. So As much as we are disproportionately getting the large number of people with disabilities in terms of children, but we are also in the areas where there are challenges, a lot of challenges in terms of education attainment, attaining educational goals. So the disability situation in Malawi, about 5.6% of children in Malawi face significant challenges in accessing education, mainly because of having some sort of a disability. And research suggests that most of these children will not acquire any sort of education at all. Some of these who eventually get into schools, they will not be able to excel academically because of the types of disabilities they have. And studies also suggest that a significant number of children with disabilities do not progress to tertiary and secondary education, which actually kind of blocks them out of the education system. So in Malawi, the skills and development, technical and skills development is provided by what we call TVETA. It's an arm of the government. Basically, its mandate is to make sure that children, not children, but people are acquiring the right skills in terms of vocational and economic trainings, which should be able to provide them with the ability to get employment or maybe to be self-employment at a later stage. However, the enrollment in these vocational schools is way too little at 35 learners per 100 inhabitants, which is about 3.9%. And this is one of the lowest in Southern Africa. This is according to the Ministry of Education. But now the figure is also extremely low for learners with disabilities. So from the Convention of the Rights of Persons with Disability, which Malawi is a party to, there have been several policies and strategies which have been formulated to make sure that we include all people in education, while some of them are the National Strategy on Inclusive Education, the National Disability Mainstreaming Strategy and Implementation Plan from 2019-2023. However, despite these strategies and policies, people with disabilities still find it a very big challenge to acquire technical and vocational skills. And also there hasn't been a lot of research to document what is happening in this area of vocational and technical skills as regards to people with disabilities. This leads us to now our problem, where we wanted to understand why if the teachers understand the concept of inclusive education, and also what are the methods which they are using in teaching the learners with disabilities, and also wanted to see the challenges which the teachers in the schools are facing in terms of implementing inclusive education. And lastly, wanted to find if there are deliberate efforts with all these policies in the schools to make sure that learners with disabilities, whom some might not excel academically, are being taught these vocational and skills so that they can be able to function in society and have employment. Methodology, basically, the schools were sampled in 2 districts, and these are schools which at least have children with disabilities or children with disabilities, and data was generated through key informant interviews, semi-structured interviews, and focus group discussions. We talked to a wide number of education practitioners, even the school government structures, school management structures in these schools, just to get an understanding of what is happening. Now, the findings were quite interesting because in terms of the general understanding of the concept of inclusive education, it turned out that there is a certain group of teachers who understand the concept of inclusive education. They're able to differentiate it from special needs education. Now, these are teachers who have just gotten out of this government training schools from in the past 2 to 3 years, but prior to those years, those teachers who have gotten out of the government training institutions 5 years and behind that were actually quite conflicted in terms of the issue of inclusive education. They are more attuned, or they more of them, they understand special needs education rather than inclusive education. So this brought a lot of challenges in terms of how they deliver, how they react with the children, and how they treat the children in general. In terms of teaching methods, most of the teaching methods which are being used now are generally non-inclusive, because most of the teachers are using question and answer approach, group work, role play, and even when you check their records, the presence of inclusive education, inclusive lesson plan, and all those things which can guide them, help them to properly guide children with disabilities were actually absent. So it means even in their planning, they do not plan for proper support for learners with disabilities. In terms of the challenges in implementing inclusive education, basically there was a lack of materials. I think this is common based on the economic demographic, but also lack of skills in general to be able to first identify the problem of the learners and also to support them. And also there are challenges in community support. It seems the community doesn't fully understand what is happening, and especially their role in making sure that children with disabilities are getting the right education. But also there was poor working environment. This mostly because there's high people-teacher ratio. So this makes it very hard for the teachers to properly support learners with disabilities, or if let alone just to realize that they have learners with disabilities. And also infrastructure, which is also a factor of the economics. There is generally poor infrastructure because most schools, they don't have the lighting, they don't have the lamps for children with wheelchairs, they don't have rails, even the toilets, they are not disability friendly. So all those things based on, depending or related to infrastructure, were some of the challenges we encountered. And then deliberate effort in skills development. So noting that some of these or most of the learners with disabilities or certain types of disabilities were not able to excel academically. We wanted to find out if there are deliberate efforts to be able to teach them certain types of skills, vocational skills or skills which will be able to give them an employment later in life, or which will help them to have a business of sorts. But it turned out that there are perceptions that children with disabilities might not be able to function properly in a paid employment, and that makes the teachers reluctant and some of the systems reluctant to teach them the skills. But also there are also perceptions that they might not be able to hold a personal enterprise such as a business on their own. As such, there is that reluctance to be able to teach them various vocational skills, which some research has shown that some of these learners, they actually excel in this area of education. The recommendations, school orientation. So there isn't clarity in terms of the meaning of inclusive education as regards. Hello?
We have 1 minute to go.
Oh, then I will just jump to the last one. So there isn't clarity in terms of the difference between special needs education and inclusive education. So the teachers do not know exactly how to handle certain learners, and also there is a lack of understanding in terms of the community and the school in general in what their role is in terms of supporting learners with disabilities, not only to excel in the academics, but also to find them alternative means so that they should be able to have something in life. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dumisani. Yes, indeed, we do need a deliberate as well as a holistic approach to addressing children with disabilities. As you've noted, if this is not undertaken, we are missing the opportunity, and that means missing creating hope, and of importance is laying down the foundation for a meaningful life. Thank you very much. Our next speaker, colleagues, is Lobna Ben Nazar. He is from Tunisia, and she will be talking on empowering Tunisian learners to face job market requirements. Thank you very much. Are you there, Lobna?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Thank you. We can hear you very clearly and see you very clearly.
Very nice. So I'm going to share my screen. Well, I can't find the button for sharing. I don't know what's happening. So let me just, yes, this one. So yes, I hope you can see my screen now. Just,
it's getting there. Yes, we can see it. Thank you.
Just let me. Great. So as you can see, my title, my presentation is entitled "Empowering Tunisian Students to Face the Job Market Requirements." And first of all, I'd love to introduce myself. My name is Lubna Ben Nasser. I'm an ESP English teacher in higher education, and I've been doing a lot of trainings as a corporate trainer, and also I've participated to different conferences related to education and more specifically linguistics and applied linguistics. Also, I'd love to introduce, just a moment. I'd love to introduce my country, which is Tunisia. Some people might ask where Tunisia is. Actually, Tunisia is an African country. More specifically, it's in North Africa. And our first language is Arabic. Our second language is French, and English is a foreign language, which is taught as a major, and also it is integrated in different other subjects such as engineering, medical studies, and all other studies, because we are aware of the importance of English as a means of communication to shine internationally and professionally and academically. Actually, Tunisia had, we had a revolution in 2011, and there were a lot of changes as a post-revolution era. So there were lots of reforms and pitfalls, and different events happened so far. So the post-revolution education in Tunisia here, according to UNESCO, Tunisia spends about 6.2% of its GDP on education, because we are, the government and the policymakers are aware of the importance of education in promoting our country. Also, lately, a few years ago, we started the use of ICT in our teaching, and more specifically blended learning models during the pandemic. So we didn't have problems during the pandemic. We could pursue our education, and our students could pursue their education and their studies at home. So fortunately, there was no problem with that. Our standards, or our reference, which is an international reference, is the notion of quality education as UNESCO defines. And here we have the called sustainable goals, the sustainable development goals, which include quality education as the fourth sustainable development goal as described by UNESCO. Actually, we in Tunisia are just referring to these as standards because, you know, there's always an international standard to follow. And also we have, there are many factors or there are many aspects of goal 4. I have just selected a few because I know that there is a problem of time. So the important is accessibility. Actually, in the 1950s, with the independence from French colonization, the leader Bourguiba had the decision to make education accessible to everyone. It's free since then, and it's accessible to girls and boys. And also, this is one of the aspects that Goal 4 of UNESCO quality education has also considered as one of the most important goals. Also, we have scholarships, and we have also partnerships with other countries worldwide where people, students can have exchanges, and we have also Erasmus programs, etc. One of the most important factors that Goal 4 is based on is the concept of inclusivity and citizenship. Another reference that I'd love to refer to is the European Commission of Higher Education and Bologna process. Actually, this is also one of the international standards that the Tunisian education is referring to. And in terms of aligning with these two important educational references, international references in terms of diplomas and syllabi. Now, how can we relate all this to leadership? Actually, when we define leadership, it's involving working and guiding teachers towards improving educational processes for all levels. But this is, I think, is very general. Now, when we want to talk about,
Lobna.
Yes,
you have 5 minutes to go.
Okay, when we talk about leadership, we can be more specific about the importance of transformational leaders who are the teachers and who can inspire the students and invest them with different important human and universal concepts. Now, I'm going to just try to move forward because I don't have much time. So one of the most important concepts that we have started including in our teaching and education is the 21st century skills and job skills. These skills are very important because we have to be aware of the importance of shaping the student's profile according to the 21st century requirements. And we don't want to have mismatch between what they are doing at their education and what they are expected to do as professionals. These are the different aspects of 21st century skills: communication, collaboration, analytic thinking, etc. So we are implementing all these to make our students more fit to the job market. These are the job skills that people are supposed to master when they are getting into professional context. More specifically, there is more focus on the 4 C's, which are critical thinking, creativity, collaborative work or collaboration and communication. And there is a program which was installed by the Ministry of Higher Education in Tunisia, which is called in French Le Programme 4C, and in English it's 4 C's program, and it's offering a lot of trainings for teachers and for learners and students, focusing on these 4 C's and trying to shape, as I told you, the student's profile to fit the job requirements. Actually, these 4 C's are back to a very interesting taxonomy, which is Bloom's taxonomy, and which is very well known in education. This taxonomy is classifying different skills and sub-skills, and they are called, generally we have 2 types. We have for the remembering, understanding, and applying, we have the skills which are called low order skills, and for the other ones, starting with analyzing, evaluating, and creating, the class is called high order thinking. So the 4 C's are a part of the 4 C's are based on these concepts or taxonomy, which is Bloom's taxonomy, and more specifically high order thinking. And we need to incorporate these 4 skills in terms of their impact and their utility for the profile of the students, and actually the desired profile of the student when they are going to face the job market. So these job skills and 21st century skills, and all more specifically the 4 C's, should be integrated in any type of teaching or courses. I do this in my course, which is English course. More specifically, I'm teaching master's degree English for specific purposes and also English for academic purposes. And I try always to include activities that enhance the students' critical thinking and creativity. And of course, focusing on many collaborative activities and activities that enhance also communication. So I think we should do this as an example in our education, and also why not exchange ideas with other educational systems in other countries and try to benefit from each other experiences, trying to have maybe more partnerships and collaborations in this regard, and why not have the African Commission of Higher Education, where we have also our standards, which are more to up to the context, the African context. Of course, not to do something which is very far from the international standards, because we are in the globalized world now, and we have a lot of
Apologies,
references.
Lopna, if you can just finish.
Yes.
1 second.
So, thank you. Actually, I have finished, so I think this is the end of it. Thank you very much for this opportunity, and I hope to have more. We have to have more chances to take part into further events. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Lopna. I'm sorry to do that to you.
It's fine.
And,
I have
thank
finished.
you for input with regards to the employability skills. It's something that even here in South Africa we are struggling with, and of importance is how we then get to guide them to develop those 21st century skills so that they can be global citizens and start to contribute to the economy of the countries. Thank you. Our next speaker, colleagues, is Maitsewo Bulani from Botswana, and the topic is equitable access, inclusion and employability of the San youth, some building blocks and stumbling stones. Maitsewo, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. I'm trying to share. I don't know what is happening.
We can't hear you clearly, Maitsewo.
I'm saying I'm trying to share the screen. Yeah.
All right.
It's here. Can you see?
It's coming.
Is it there?
It is. It is.
Okay.
Just put it into the slide mode.
Oh, that's why I always have a problem of where the slide mode is. Yeah, I don't think I'll manage. I don't think I'll manage.
On top there, next to animations, it says slideshow at the top there.
On top.
Can you see it? Right at the top, more to the left.
More to the left.
There, yeah. So you know, slideshow, up. Next to animations there.
No, I don't see it. I see.
All right, you can
share, new share.
You can continue.
Yeah, I hope you can see it because I can't. I don't know where it is. You probably cope with what I have there. My aim is to.
You can continue.
Yeah, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, I have rephrased the topic as equitable access, inclusion, and employability. Someone is helping me, I think, because my screen is, yeah. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. My topic is on equitable access, inclusion, and employability. And my focus, this is a case study. My focus is on the San Youth Capacity Building, and I'm putting a statement, some building blocks and stumbling blocks. And I'm really grateful for the keynote speaker, because what he was saying was really speaking to me. This topic, quickly, is motivated by emerging issues within Botswana's development strategies, including educational leadership. And in most frameworks, like what was said by Vera in Nigeria, you'll find that these concepts, they appear in so many African government strategies: access, inclusion, diversity, leadership. But the question is, Do we really see that when it comes to implementation of these national strategies? Quickly, Botswana, like other countries, has tried to align the Sustainable Development Goals. Our colleague from Tunisia made reference to this. And then you see that the university, such as the University of Botswana, is also talking about presenting the era of the global knowledge in which education is power. So that also goes to the vision of the country, which also talks about inclusive development path, and then implying that every citizen would meaningfully participate in the development of their country. And I really liked the earlier definition of equity, inclusion, and diversity, that we should really pay attention to this different meanings. I argue that Botswana is yet to implement robust policies to address exactly what we are picking from the national strategies, to critically examine these national strategies and see whether this is really applicable to the country, to the extent that it embraces everybody, irrespective of the differences of people in the country. And I'm saying this because there's still a very big issue in Botswana of the marginalized but resilient communities such as the San. And the issue that I'm interested in is the access to education, equity and access, which is especially precarious in the remote areas of Botswana, where many of the San communities are. These are the majority. There's an issue of the distance to centers of learning, which is not only geographical, but also the social distance between what I consider the hegemonic majority and a marginalized minority. So this then, because I'm operating from the university, brings the question, which is persistently in my head, then what is the role of an African university? If a university is arguing that they want to become the center of excellence as an African university, how are they addressing the issues that I'm interested in? The San in Botswana through education, where there has been an attempt to nurture young leadership. This is the focus of this presentation. The aim here is also to assess whether the leadership at the national level and to the university level is really facilitating an environment which creates an equal playing field. Is it promoting interpersonal networks and embedded attitudes favoring advancement of men and women, and also the marginalized ethnic minorities? Is it really strategic leadership in the manner in which is articulated in all the theories about leadership? Do we see equality, equity, inclusive participation, and diversity within the academy? And my concern at the moment is that most of the, if you go into the university, African university strategies, whether it's in Botswana, it's in South Africa or elsewhere, and now because of the promotion of the STEM, there was a topic about STEM earlier by my sister from West Africa, and now it's all about the knowledge economy. But how do we define knowledge economy? Are we only focusing on what the dictionary is saying? What makes us a distinctive center of excellence in Botswana, in Africa, and in the world? Is it really, is this definition of knowledge economy, is it really matching the interest of the government only, or is it extended to address the aspirations, opportunities, or realities of indigenous marginalized communities? And which may then bring another question that do African universities really have to ignore the humanities, arts, and social sciences and only focus on the STEM? Will this not deprive some of the people of their traditional knowledge, devaluing the traditions, knowledge, values of local communities. A colleague from Botswana did make reference to the fact that Botswana became independent in 1966 and then transformed from being one of the poorest countries to become a middle income country. So I'm situating my debate in this country that is a diamond mining. Is there a problem there? So the country, like other African countries, tried to promote access to education for all. Any policy, including addressing the framework for action for the Dakar. And if you look at quite a number of the Botswana's education system documents, they are really carrying all this sort of colorful and appealing information, which is in line with what we are addressing today. My argument is that Botswana, yes, has attempted to address maybe people with disability and address all these other issues that are in line with inclusive education. But I wish to argue that there is still a problem of addressing the San or the indigenous people of Botswana or Southern Africa. And the problem that I see is that the notion of nation building in Botswana since independence, then in a way influence the country to have a position where they are saying every Botswana that is a singular for a citizen of Botswana in exclusion of settler communities is indigenous. And the official government position has for years been one of rejection of the definition of indigenous people, which may have possibly helped the country to address some of the social justice issues that are still there. Issue of social justice, issue of fairness, issue of diversity, issue of inclusion. So we are here.
Apologies, you've got 1 minute to go.
Okay. So we are 1 minute. In 1 minute, I wish to say we have a center which is called the San Research Center, and the idea was to try to address the existing problems that are even recognized by some of the government documents about people that have experienced discrimination and therefore have not accrued assets to fall back on in terms of shocks and vulnerabilities in their livelihood. And education here becomes quite very, very important because this is the community or the people that are still in the majority, the young people facing problems of poverty, insecure access to land resources, high unemployment, high rate of illiteracy. And the argument stands from my position that this is still shrouded by the whole issue of hegemony of the Tswana culture and the Setswana language over other ethnic groups devoted to the, so the whole failure to address the multicultural position, then it limits the country for devoting its position on the promotion and preservation of other linguistic and cultural diversity of Botswana and heritage, which is unity in diversity. So basically, I'm more interested as a concluding, I'll try to share my work. There's a lot that I wanted to say. My argument is that an African university, whether in South Africa, in Tunisia, or in Tanzania, or in Malawi, or in Cameroon, should address itself to issues of inclusive development, where you address issues of marginalized as active agents in innovation for development. And then another concept I'm interested in is social innovation, which I consider the type of innovation that empowers local communities or communities in a country to take advantage of existing policy opportunities, irrespective of how different they are. It should, and therefore we will be addressing equity, inclusion, and diversity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maiteo, for your presentation. And I must say your research is illuminating the continuing marginalization of the San people. And with what you've provided, you're creating that consciousness about the need to bring them into the equal playing field. And also in this sense, you know, Botswana can then expand the skill sets and enable them also to contribute to the country's economy. But of importance is that they should then be enabled to bring the indigenous knowledges for a more dynamic economy. Thank you very much. We appreciate your presentation. And we can have questions, colleagues. The floor is open for questions. Bitzel, we don't have, Maitzel, apologies, we don't have questions as yet. Would you like maybe to pick up an aspect of your presentation that you would like to clarify a little bit?
Yes. Just to underscore the failure to commit to issues of innovation and social justice. As in University of Botswana, there is an entity now called the Sun Research Center, which was largely transformed through a collaborative program. I remember that some of the buzzing words when we're doing that exercise, there was also an issue of collaboration. That collaboration could be an advantage and as a way of involving the same youth and addressing issues of equity. So what the center is doing is to promote action-oriented research, focusing on cultural, historical, social, economic, and legal status. And the mandate is to recognize the importance of developing a new type of relationship between the researchers and the community. And I'm interested in this slide because of what was presented by the colleague from the UK earlier, where research is undertaken, therefore trying to put emphasis from research on the sand to research with the hope to reach a stage where more research is done by the sand themselves. So in a way, this will be part of capacity building and competence building, if I may say.
Thank you very much, Maiteo, and Prof. Henry is glad that you resonate with his address. Colleagues, just to remind you that the questions are for all the presenters in the third session. Do we have any comments, questions from the floor? If we do not have any more questions or comments, I'd like us to then continue with the program. We have Professor Ponzo Morosi as our rapporteur for today. Are you there, Ponzo?
I'm here, thank you.
Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I asked for the slide that I'm just getting now, but I'm going to try and share a little bit of what I had. This is usually the difficult part, making sense of the presentations, and I hope that the way that I've made sense of them in my head will make sense to you all. I'm going to share just one slide that I have. Please tell me if you can see it. Can you see that?
It's coming through, Bonzo.
Right. While it's coming through, is it up now?
Yes, it is up.
Oh, great. It's just that one slide. It's just that one slide, and I'm putting it up because I observed with interest how amongst the 6 words that were ranked, there was no equity, there was no inclusion, there was no diversity. And I just wondered whether it's what has, in a way, through observation over the years, have become memory lapse on our part in terms of things that matter, that pass by, and then we tend to forget about them. And a colleague reminded me about a year or 2 ago about how we had forgotten about HIV/AIDS and all the related challenges and problems that we faced as a continent, particularly the southern part of the continent a few decades ago. And perhaps it's a way of moving on that we tend to put things at the back of our minds and maybe pretend in a way that they are no longer issues when we know deep down that there are still issues. And it just got me thinking of whether the current pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic, will be a thing of the past in the not so distant future. Hopefully it will, but I think the one thing that we will never forget, even if we can try to forget and put it at the back of our minds, is all the inequalities that it has exacerbated. The inequalities in terms of the virus and how it has affected us, the inequalities in terms of the response to the virus, and the inequalities in terms of the recovery programs that the teachers, not the teachers, but the different countries have been able to put in place. So I think that today's theme of the future of equity, inclusion, and diversity, implications for educational leadership, is really bringing out a range of things for a lot of us. And these particular issues have been brought up in the sessions that we have sat through this morning and part of this afternoon. And so in talking about equity, inclusion, and diversity, I was particularly pleased that the last session has really brought us back into to the key focus of today, and how the tendency to exclude in the process of doing everything else that we go about is with us in every day of what we do. And I remembered that one of the last Africa Roundtable events that I attended, which was in 2019, the last time that most of us attended face-to-face events. One of the key issues that, or even actually the theme of that event was something to the effect of responses to the fourth industrial revolution. And I thought it was a joke then, in view of the numerous challenges that we are going through as a continent. But that was on the one hand. And on the other hand, I suppose we cannot just stay behind. And I know that I have colleagues of mine who will disagree with me vehemently on this. But I just interestingly that some of my colleagues in South Africa right now are going through load shedding, and something that the country hasn't come to grips with, and something that we now begin to engage as part of reality and part of the normal way in which we live, and how sad it is that we have to accept things like those. And so that's how I think that the relevance of how the sessions have been themed and divided today in terms of cultural politics is really stuck in terms of how these cultural issues or cultural politics surrounding us and surrounding the way in which we lead education and the way we lead educational institutions. So I can say, if it is by way of congratulating the program director or the person who put the program together in terms of thinking about these relevant issues, and that helped us think about these different issues. And Stephen Newell defines cultural politics as the way culture shapes society and political opinion that gives rise to social, economic and legal realities. And I think it is these realities, in their different forms, shapes, and sizes that the sessions this morning have been taking us through. And I think that the first keynote address took us through an important reality and or set of realities within one presentation. And I personally was particularly pleased to see that the first address that kicks us for the day is one that focuses on gender, which has been a particular area of my research for a long time. But it isn't that for me is an issue today. It's linking that to the theme of instructional leadership and the extent to which these women and men, for that matter, are able to lead instruction in the context of everything that we have had today and everything that we know is happening throughout the continent. In our schools, in our communities, in the continent as a whole, in terms of everything that is currently happening and everything that has happened in the past. There were issues raised around issues of data, or rather access to data, then not knowing, for example, how well represented women are in school principalship. Many of our countries don't have that kind of data. And so we don't know, and the problem with the absence of data is that we can't use it properly when we can use it, actually. We can use data when we don't have it. And when we don't have that kind of data, it means we don't know, we don't really have an understanding of the severity of the issues that we are dealing with. And that has implications for the research that we conduct, because I could be living in a small rural community where a couple of schools that are there are led and headed by women. And that could be my understanding that this is what happens throughout the country. But I think most of us do know that when you get outside your immediate region, the situation tends to be quite different. So there are many issues that for me stood out, and I think for all of us too, that are asking of us to look into, perhaps in different ways, after today. There's also the issue of the overlooked. There was a presentation about girls' participation in STEM or girls' participation in science. But I would want to say that girls' participation in education more broadly, there are millions and millions of girls on the continent alone who are, as we speak today, out of school. Putting the COVID pandemic aside, these are the girls that either drop out of school or have always been out of school. And these are questions around their absence, are questions that sometimes we forget to ask in our research. There's issues around the different, issues, difficult questions that we are not asking, that in my view, and I think in the view of many other researchers and presenters who have come earlier this morning have indicated we need to ask difficult questions about the minorities, and the minorities in terms of identities, in terms of ethnic groups. And the last presenter has really made a very important point about excluding the minorities, the minority ethnic groups. And that is not only a situation that is unique to Botswana in terms of the San population, it is across the continent in terms of language even. I don't know, maybe Lesotho, my home country, is the only country that has just one official language in addition to English. but many of the other African countries have multiple languages, and how that language tends to be a weapon of exclusion. I was so pleased that the last speaker addressed that issue of inclusion. The last session of speakers actually, starting from the last set of keynote, speaking about those issues of inclusion and exclusion. And I think for me, as a last point, what all those issues raise is really challenging issues in terms of what kind of research we need to be addressing. And I think I'm not talking from my perspective only, but there were at least 2 of the presentations that really asked us to think deep in terms of the kinds of questions that we asked. The keynote addressed by Tony earlier focused more on critical research. And I think a lot of us do know or have had a contact with policymakers and politicians who cannot make use of our research because it doesn't make any sense to them. And I think one of the challenges that we have is to be able to do that research, conduct that research with a difference. Research that is not only meaningful for purposes of us getting ratings and counting the number of publications, but research that actually can be used, and research that actually can be used to transform lives, and particularly lives of the people that we care for the most within the school. Research that is informed by social change and social justice. And with all that, is all about the different understandings of social justice. And I speak from the perspective of knowing how different the understanding of social justice is within South Africa as a country just alone. And so this is a calling on us to be looking into these different issues and how they affect us in ways that, and address them in ways that can address more equity. And then there's the focus on social structures and socio-cultural issues and socio-cultural beliefs and systems, and digging into what Abdelaziz, I think, called knowing more of the unknowns. I quote, even though the quote is not proper. But I think for me, these are some of the things that the issues of today are raising. And asking these difficult questions in terms of, and if I can borrow again his use of the iceberg, and asking these issues that are usually not visible to us by eye, things that we cannot touch, things that we cannot see, but things that we can feel, and things that we know exist amongst our communities because they define our lives, they inform the way we interact with people, and they tend to be the way we exclude and include. And also being able to confront those silences around political discourses, and silences around the issue of difference, the difference amongst us. And although I appreciate the fact that there was focus on gender, but I noticed that in the presentations today, with the theme of inclusion, diversity, and inclusion, diversity, and equity, there was hardly any reference. And I think maybe this is either a challenge, or maybe some of these presentations will still be coming in the following day. We still have one more day to go. But just an observation that issues that affect the different, people who don't identify, the non-binary, the LGBTQ community, knowing how some of our African countries still think about issues of inclusion with regard to a difference, issues of xenophobia. We cannot ignore that, and that these are some of the difficult questions that we still need to ask in order to make our research more relevant. And so maybe as a final point, just to say that one of the key things for me that stood out today is just highlighting that perhaps one of the solutions to some of our challenges lies in our indigeneity, it lies in the ways that our societies and our cultures and our countries and our people and our communities have known, not only now, but for a long time, for decades, for centuries, and time even before we could exist. And also the challenge to think about leadership in a much more lateral way that does not assume that leadership resides or is located in the individual that is called a school principal within a school. So there was a presentation that focused on a teacher leadership and ways of empowering those teacher trainees. And I think it was a Tanzanian presentation. I apologize for not including the name in my notes, but for empowering those teachers to be able to play leadership, and that recognition that a leadership does not necessarily have to be defined with a big L, which is what I usually say to my students, but that leadership can reside around us, around anyone who works, who lives in the community, can actually initiate, can actually influence, and it can actually play a significant role of leading. So as a final point, just that point about realizing that as the solutions to many of our problems really lies within our own capacity. I think the asset-based approach in one of the earlier presentations tells us that much. That sometimes we don't really have to look far in terms of finding those solutions. So I think as a final point, that the challenge is really for us as researchers, as leaders within schools, and as community members, as parents, as students, as whatever that we are, whatever hat we wear or we wear on any different or given day. The challenge is for us to be thinking about these issues and finding ways in which we can make a difference. In terms of the research, because that goes to my empower community and of course other communities. Yeah, it's really about making sure that we conduct that research that really makes a difference, in research that does not lay to gather dust. Now that we've gone on the digital route, there's hardly anything that gathers dust anymore, but things will just probably disappear in thin air and we won't even know how to trace them anymore. But if we conduct research that makes a difference, research that is infused and informed by a social change, then that is something that will last. I think I'll keep it there. I don't know how I did in terms of time, but I thank you very much. I really appreciate this opportunity to give the last comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Ponso. Can you hear me? Yes. We really appreciate that you've had to stay a little longer. We know that you have to rush off to a departmental meeting, so please leave when you have to. But we also come to the end of the day, and we just wanted to say a really big thank you to all of our attendees who have been with us since 9 o'clock this morning. So it's been a marathon session, almost 6.5 hours, but it's been pretty jam-packed with some very interesting and insightful and instructive sharing of experiences and expertise. And today the focus was on cultural politics as it relates to school, higher education and recruitment and employment. And we've cumulatively had speakers from 14 different countries from across the African continent, the US. Ponso came in to us from the UK, Warwick to be more precise. And so 14 countries, both English speaking and Francophone countries. And we really appreciate that you've been patient and for your participation and also for your patience as we've tried to navigate some pretty challenging technological and electricity related issues from Egypt, from here in South Africa ourselves, undergoing quite a bit of what they refer to as load shedding. So yeah, we've engaged with theoretical, some practical and empirical issues. And we thank Ponso for also highlighting that in much as we focus on what was said throughout the day, of equal importance is what was not said, what was evaded and avoided, and what then is the politics around that as well, in terms of the silences that persist. And of course, we want to say very special thank you to our performers, Firdaus and her cast, who did a beautiful presentation, as well as Ricardo Tamani, who came in with is a very poignant autobiographical experiences. So I really don't have much more to say, except to say thank you, appreciate your time that you've taken out to share with us. And we look forward to welcoming you back again tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. And yeah, so go in peace. God be with you and God bless. Bye. Bye from Johannesburg. If you feel like it, we have an open lounge. The lounge will stay open for about 30 minutes. And if you would like to go in and interact with some of the colleagues that are still online, please feel free to do so. And perhaps you could create some networks and connections. But otherwise, we will see you tomorrow. Take care.
What time are we starting tomorrow, Carl? What time are we starting tomorrow?
Okay, sorry. So I believe there's some questions coming through and they're being filtered through from Shola to me. The question is, what time are we starting tomorrow? According to the program, we're starting at 9 o'clock. Yes, and to be specific, that is South African time. That is like Johannesburg time. For those who ask specifically, is that Johannesburg time? Yes, and of course, I think there's a 10-minute, so you can log in earlier on. There's a separate link to join Infro tomorrow. So please go back to your email that you received when you registered. You would have received an email for today's login link. And then there is a separate login link for tomorrow, the 28th. Is it the same? Okay. All right. Well, we are here should you experience any problems we would help you to log in. But otherwise, go in peace and look forward to seeing you tomorrow.
Yeah, we did
Yeah,
well.
very well with time. We must keep these photos to wrap up the tarts and stuff. Yes, take away. I love my tarts.
Papa, can you read something? Let me sit down somewhere far away. You know you have seen chilling like
3 o'clock, 3:30. We can eat dinner later. We can eat by 7, 8 o'clock. You're in the restaurant at the time.
But you know what? It's there's no